I mean, well, that's subjective. I mean, we can't. What I'm getting at is like, if it's edge lordy goofball stuff that's solely meant to piss people off, it's not as fun as if it's like done in a tactful, kind of concise manner. Is what I'm getting at. And I recognize that's a personal uh, perspective. But over there, it just turns into like literally flinging shit across the room. The best time when it's really good. Like I love when they do a little like tell people they're in the Matrix when they're not actually in the Matrix.
Yes.
Or when they're in the Matrix and they go like, "Oh yeah, that's a great point," loud and clear, what I mean, that kind of stuff. That's fun. But when it turns into like the bodega bunnies, fucking going crazy and throwing chopped cheese around, it's just not fun anymore.
Which ones are the bodega bunnies?
Definitely Carolyn. Carolyn's the chief bodega bunny, and then Shy is plus or minus bodega activity.
Really?
It's kind of when she's awesome, and she's really not when she's not.
Yeah.
True. And all it takes is one bodega bunny, and the whole thing devolves into like, kicking people in the head with tin boots outside the bodega.
See, that sucks to put Shy in a box with Carolyn. I can't do that.
Oh, they volunteers though.
What's that for? Tell us that. Jumps in the box head first and goes, "Okay, we're going to bodega."
Like, I consider her big part of the big three, but also big three adjacent. No, James.
James isn't disappointed. Right, she has a really great perspective on, especially like medical stuff. But then the bodega shit kicks off, she goes right to that.
Ratchet.
Yeah. Jazzy is that's I'm not gonna go there.
I really like that. It's just
take your word for it, because I've never taken once.
Me either. Monica, I asked Joe, and then I'll stop talking about last night, but I said to, obviously Andrew abruptly left, and I asked him like, so like, do you think that like he just knew that he lost? He's like, for sure. He goes, and we went through the whole conversation, and he said it started with Monica's talking about calling him out for essentially hanging out with people that act in bad faith. And he's like, and then that's where it started, and then it circled it all the way back at the end, and he lost the argument and left. And I was like, so did we win? And he said, yeah. And do you think that that's why he left, because he knew that he named acid?
I think he miscalculated the culture of white Baptism. You can't call someone, anytime someone calls someone out for their bad behavior, it turns out that they get called bad. So Andrew, allowing people to be abusive. There's a quote in Andrew's room, just like mocking Monica is a civic duty. Oh, okay, a civic duty. And I'm like, or evil. like you don't understand how always targeting someone for abuse is a bullying, nasty, despicable, gross thing to do. And then every time a complaint is registered, his hands are thrown up, and he goes, "Oh, it's not. You want to make sure everybody feels heard." I'm like, "Oh, you asshole! You weakling! You coward!" And then he tolerates things that aren't. He promotes lies. He validates lies. And he says he's bringing people to Christ. All right, we can go back to a different conversation. Pepe's here, perfect time. And Edgar.
Yeah, let's get off the chill list and we'll talk about Bufang Magnesium.
What is
the total of the topic? Bufang is putting things in your
right? What's
literally, it's just came to speak to the table.
Special opportunity.
I know. Welcome, Pray. What do you think about? What do you think about Pray? We the people owning a spirit, airline company. Good idea, bad idea. What?
It's a good idea. I think a lot of people don't know that on that day that Spirit decided to close, all those people that flew out as flight attendants, they all had to buy their own flights home. But I know the news didn't talk about that though, right?
No, I'm glad you told us. What else?
Flight attendants got left in the airport with a wet ass. Like that shit was
What
not
the fuck? Yeah, what do you mean what else? Are you fucking serious?
So before you get angry and start insulting me, I
Insult you. That's literally true. Why
everybody, I need everybody to shut up so I can talk to Craig. If you go off mute, you will find yourself in the goo because this is important to me. Craig, you're tracking the story I'm in. You're gonna have a whole lot more information than I do, and I'm interested in telling it to us.
I mean, I literally just did. I literally just said that all those people that flew out that day
That is
all
shitty.
had to buy their flights home, right? My friend, she lives in Virginia. Hold on, someone's calling.
What a resale.
I ain't answering that phone. But look, so my friend, she lives in Virginia, right? That morning, she had to fly out to LA. She flew out to LA, and on that last flight, they said, "This is it, no more flights," and she couldn't even use her buddy pass to fly back home. Oh my god, stop fucking calling me.
I would say to do that to their employees. Like, really?
All the employees, they all had to, book their own flights through a different airline, in order to get back.
That's particularly egregious though, because it wouldn't have cost them any money to let them keep their non-rev benefits, because
Right.
non-rev is literally non-rev. The other airlines don't expect to make any money off of those sorts of passengers.
If they don't have money, then why did they let all those flights go when they knew the day before that this was going to happen? That sounds like a waste of money.
We got to pull the trigger at some point, right? And how many passengers are going to?
Why don't we pull the trigger but not strand people?
Well, what day of American air travel can cease operations and not strand people? People fly Christmas Day. People fly during the Super Bowl. People fly. Like, there's constantly planes in the air, thousands of them. If you have to pull that trigger at some point, you got to pull it. When can you do that? Like, you just go like, oh, we're not going to book anything for the next 3 months, and then we'll stop. I don't know.
But that story is not true. So I would suggest you go back, Ray, and really research it yourself. Because Delta Airlines, Southwest, they all flew all the flight attendants and crew back home.
Yeah, a lot of the competitors were.
Eventually, it's not sure.
People that celebrate Spirit going down or down.
I can see that some of the other airlines stepped up and offered complimentary flights home for the Spirit Airlines, and I also believe that some might not have gotten a memo, or there might have been a delay, and they just didn't wait and self-purchased their flights home.
But that's the thing.
I don't know why
they didn't announce it.
I mean, the next thing that's going to happen is Carnival Cruise is going to shut down. I mean, guys, are we noticing a pattern?
Not to mention Spirit is one of the few.
Okay, there's a reparations discussion somewhere, Rico. If you want to head over there, where I'm interested in the topic.
That was a really good
Several
book.
are engaged. You can only go into the main. What was the joke?
I said that the next company is going to be Carnival Cruises, and are we noticing a pattern?
You shouldn't want that. You shouldn't want that. These airlines create competitive prices. They force airlines like Delta to create more flights. That Delta probably operates at a loss. And second of all, these airlines kind of naturally segregate like a type of person you play over.
I was about to say, if I was using your logic, Keegan, I mean, if you don't want the people you're talking about on your flight or on your cruise, then you kind of want to keep those.
Yeah, people are really dumb.
American Airlines this week is going to look like Walmart. That's true.
Listen, I completely agree with you guys. I'm not one for Spirit Airlines shutting down. But there's a reason why they are shutting down. There's a reason why Carnival Cruises have implemented a lot of the rule changes that they have. There's a reason why McDonald's has stated that they're going to be done with giving self-serving drinks. I just read an article by like 2030 or something. So, you know, in a lot of places like this, you can't do self-serving drinks
Yeah,
anymore.
we're in a recession. We need rate cuts.
Well, it's either that or it's that you know, certain demographics are truly making a lot of companies lose a lot of money.
There he is.
We're in a recession. We need rate cuts.
Which demographics would that be, Keegan? Just spit it out, buddy.
Rate cuts, you know, $5 gas.
The demographics are usually black or Latino. The South.
Goddamn Indians is what they are.
That's right.
I don't want to sit next to this smelly Pajit for fucking 10 hours.
I would rather say you're absolutely right. I would rather by a black person.
BB,
I'd
BB,
rather
don't
have
even,
10
don't even respond, y'all. Don't even respond.
Are you disagreeing with what I'm saying?
No, we're adults. We're just not going to respond.
Okay.
So how's everybody else doing? How's everybody else doing? Pretty good. How's your booty holding? That's good. That's good. Hey, Adam, say name to simply to that. Now, this the Christ. It used to be called the Crystal Cathedral. I know. Yeah. So they did. It got bought by the Catholic Church. That's right there in Orange. Yep, we were down there yesterday. Yeah. So they changed the name.
By Israeli, it's
the whole entire area is coming up, Cray. It's actually really refreshing. You know, that area was long overdue for you know, for some change.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time down there in that area. So.
If you want to buy your mom's a gift for Mother's Day, Bonefish Grill along with Carrabba's and Outback, buy $50, you get $20 in other coupons free. There you go. I was locked out $140 and I only paid $100.
You know what's crazy, Craig? So we went to the Spectrum yesterday, and everything is so different. I've been really down there in like a very, very, very like probably like 3.5 years. Living Hill Malls is gone.
Yeah, that mall is, and honestly, the last
Diego's next.
Yeah, the last few years before that mall left, you could just tell that mall was like
Oh, it was dying. Like
I was looking at LA rents; they're going down. Like you can get a studio.
We're not talking about LA.
It doesn't matter. Oh,
But you interrupted our conversation.
I don't care.
Anyways, Craig, this is wild. It's wild.
I have one of those luggages that looks like everybody else's fucking luggage. It used to be my husband's, so then my husband got a new luggage and I just got this one. So it's whatever. So now I'm like trying to figure out ways to make it different. It's when I recently, since I've been flying to LA and back, maybe 3 or 4 times just within these last couple times flying, somebody thought my bag was theirs. And I have like a big ribbon on the handle, like it's huge and red and can't miss it, but they still think it's fucking theirs, bro. So this pissed me off. Why does all the luggage look the fucking same?
Asshole. Do it
I
like
do.
we do with our kids.
I need a new luggage.
Bedazzle it.
Yeah, see, I gotta figure it up, dazzle it up. I gotta put some decals on that hoe.
Did you guys see the compilation video of like we're losing a good one, Spirit Airlines, when they I saw it was going around.
You see, Chad Ochocinco's post on Instagram about Spirit Airlines.
What did he say?
Said, "Thank you, Spirit. I'm saddened by this loss. Thank you, Spirit, for getting me to my destination safely and saving me a ton of money." Love Ochocinco. That guy's so funny.
So Vera, when are you coming out?
I'm going to Denver in June, and then after that, probably August. Yeah, August. I'm not coming out to LA for the rest of 2026. I hate LA. The only reason I have to go there is because that's where the fucking money is for the film industry. I can't.
That's right.
LA doesn't like to do Zoom calls.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's because of the kind of work I'm doing. Because it's
Proprietary.
you know. Yeah, they kind of like need to. They need to catch a vibe. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm feeling. It's not very LA. I don't know how to explain this. You know how like you approach a filmmaker in LA and you're not from LA, and you do independent work and they do like crew work on sets, and they were like, oh, I was just finishing the Julie Buffett film, and I was just working with Kevin Spacey, the other day. Oh, you don't know Kevin Spacey? Like, fucking fuck.
They love name dropping.
Yo.
But then they show up to Nashville and they don't know what the hell they're doing.
It's kind of a dumb town, you know.
But when they come to New York, they're like, hey, Vera, where's the rooftops? Where's this peak?
Bay Area, the Bay Area, yeah, people are.
You said the Bay Area is hot?
You would
The
find
Bay Area is
in the Bay Area people.
The Bay Area is more high IQ than California.
You would find the Bay Area more attractive.
I don't know what that means, but
Don't forget about the gays.
that's in San Francisco, not Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a different place.
Way off topic, but if you PTR, that's a picture that just popped up. Came from, I was in first grade, and it was right after a huge flood, and the Kennedys are standing in the background. They came to see us. We had to go to school with a fucking bag. They were going to school in the back of a bag. I mean, who does that to their children?
That's not podunk.
And if you're a straight man, you could love San Francisco because of all the gays. It creates like a male-female imbalance.
That was the most down low shit I've ever.
What? No, it creates way more single women than single straight men. So you're a straight man.
I'm not gonna go to a gay bar to find straight women there either. Like, that's stupid.
You know they have like normal straight bars in that city, right?
Yeah, but what would you know about like?
Yeah, no.
No, it's not. It is night here. Literally stop. Rico, stop. Meeting women from Clubhouse and flying them out and can't get an erection. And then you have these women coming back and reporting to the app, okay, that you can't get your dick hard. So I don't think that you need to be giving advice to young men about where they need to meet women. You can't even get your dick off.
To be fair, wouldn't give me a boner either. So
Ooh.
Yeah, Pepe, can I hear what?
That's like a cell phone if a woman.
Can I hear a role play of what would Issa be like when meeting Rico for the first time? Go ahead.
Oh my god, get Rico. Oh,
That's like a cell phone if a woman says that about you.
huh?
That's
Yeah,
like
it is.
it's like a cell phone if a woman says that about you.
Oh yeah, Papi, you have low blood pressure?
I'd be super excited. I would probably nut it like pretty quickly. And then if she was hot, that is.
Yeah, but you have to get an erection first. See, that's the difference, Pepe.
I might fuck her for a couple hours afterwards. That's nice. But that's if she's hot.
You'd have to get the erection first, Pepe. Maybe you don't have that problem, but according to Issa, Rico does.
When I was 18, you could be the fattest.
I thought you'd know more about.
I can have a rock hard boner, but like now, I mean, I have to at least be attracted to you. I mean, that's that.
I mean, I thought that you'd masturbate more on your computer screen than any person in this room actually gets real life action. So, I mean, the fact that you can't get a hard, that you've had a lot of practice.
Your booty.
You had a lot of practice.
I don't really want to hear an argument from an incel and a gay man. Can we move on?
I'm not an incel. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
know why Rico's taking pictures. You're Rico, why are you taking pictures of other people's cars?
Oh shit! Wait, hold on, Beth. Rewind. He did what?
Rico has his PTR right now, and he walked through a parking lot and took pictures of other people's cars.
That's a good burn, Beth. Thank you. You did a good job.
That's Rico Range Rover right there.
Give yourself big rig so you can break women in the back.
Okay,
Oh, child.
stop.
I had to say something. I'm sorry. My daughter, her friends do. And I got called by Land Rover one night and they're like, why is your daughter on our lot? I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, we see your Range Rover, but they're going up against all these other cars we've got and they're taking photos. I'm like, I don't know. They're 17 years old. Who knows? Get them for
I would
trespass.
just like to say for clarification, that based on the news, when Spirit Airlines abruptly ceased operations, it did leave thousands of their employees stranded across the country. Period.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
I was gonna say, can we blame the
Employees a little bit for working for Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, I'm gonna say,
Yeah.
right, other airlines may have stepped up, but some people probably had to get, I mean, it was probably mayhem. There were probably a lot of people that booked their own flights, just getting home,
Right.
before they were stranded for who knows how long, so I'm sure that happened.
Okay, so they'll form a class action lawsuit, and then they'll sue Spirit, and then they'll get into the liquidation preference, into the bankruptcy filings. That's how that.
They'll get like $200 and here's a free flight.
Hey, if anything, Spirit Airlines kind of gives them a favor right there. They're like, hey, do you want some of this money that we're about to get on this liquidation? So, I mean, Rico's got a good point right there,
Thank you, Peter.
Listen, I hope that Southwest does not become like Spirit, of course. I hope that, United, I just hope, hopefully maybe someone fills this void. Maybe a publicly, we the people Spirit Airlines is a good thing, but I think we the people would realize pretty quickly that we probably wouldn't like that.
I think a lot of broke conservatives celebrate Spirit's downfall, but they're going to be too broke to travel soon.
Are you saying that prices are going to go up?
That's
You don't
why.
think someone's going to fill the void with cheap flights?
No. They're canceling flights because of the Hormuz bullshit that Trump started. Because of the fuel situation.
Yeah, is what needed so.
That was pretty wild. I just found out yesterday, 2 days ago. It was $68. I understand for some of you guys living in
Project fuel.
I paid $116 yesterday.
Yeah, see, I know for you guys, for like 68 for me, I'm like, wow, that's pretty expensive. Usually it's like, 45, $50, but $68.
There's an area by your
Do you ever put premium in your regions for tank?
What was
You know how we were talking the other day and we're like, everything is annoying. Everything is annoying.
93 there.
It's happening in the city. I don't know what to do about it. We talk about the rise of shame.
Monica,
Have plans for happy hour this afternoon. Something to look forward to. Hey, Adams, you're sounding better than when you. Adam was hilarious, y'all. He comes up on stage this morning. Hey, I'm down on the stage, and then I'm going to bed because I'm really sick. And then an hour later, Hollywood gossip and tea with now, and he's all energized and happy, and I'm like, oh,
Well, I told you because
gossip
you were
is
here, Monica.
medicine.
You were not here. So I smoked a blunt and I felt a little bit better, but my throat still hurts.
I'm sad that your throat hurts.
Thank you. Me too. But yeah, no, Monica, I definitely agree with you. I don't know what you and Sarah are referring to, but if it's what I think that you're referring to, I think that when certain dynamics get introduced into certain spaces, yes, things do become repetitively annoying.
I had a phrase I liked that I used with hipsy. Everything's sandpaper. Like everything is just like adverts. And it's like, okay, well, this is probably not normal. Probably should need an attitude adjustment. So I'm going to walk. Beautiful day. The birds are singing. The sky is blue. The wind is ruffling through the branches in the trees. The leaves are gorgeous green.
Okay, here's serendipity if you pull it up. It is Delta is the main airline that is flying everybody back home from Spirit. But
They get a tax
they
write-off,
had-
probably.
they had, yeah, it's a 10-day window that they have to deal with. But they're doing it for free. They're not charging the staff, but that means that then they have to get hotel rooms or just stay in the airport.
And then they get the tax. They write off their taxes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and point being that there was, I'm sure, plenty of employees who paid for their own flights just to get the hell out of there before they got, waiting with 1,000 other people. And like you said, hotels. This is it's definitely not a fun situation for the employees.
Crazy. I don't know how many employees it was. I know thousands, but
Most of them live in Dania Beach, probably anyway.
And they are filing 7, not 11, so odds of employees getting jack all shit is minimal.
so who wants to buy an airline with me?
But you're both conservative.
Rico, that accent.
You don't know anything about anyone's financial stuff.
Something Randy McDickerson I was about to remove him from the room.
I mean, I don't hear Monica complaining that the Jews are the reason why she can't check out at the supermarket.
It's the blacks. That's the reason why I have to go and say, hey, you guys don't lock the cabinet for the deodorant, please?
The website is still called.
You guys are so ridiculous. I swear I'm gonna block you guys.
There's so much interest, Bureau, in pledging to help buy the airline that the website's been down for hours.
Serendipity, don't do that. And you want to know why you shouldn't do that? This pendulum swings both ways, and their corny, raw, redundant material is only going to be material for the other side when the pendulum swings the other way.
I'm willing to take that chance.
Monica, you see what I'm saying?
Is Rafi here? Or no, he left.
Our expectations for fucking grown ass adult men.
Well, that sounds like your problem.
I know. Oh my.
That's your fault. I listened to them long enough. Shit, I would have come to the conclusion that you can't.
Serendipity said, and Anne has this philosophy too. That like people don't owe you apologies. And that's something I struggle with. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
I think you can be owed an apology, but not expecting. But expecting to receive an apology is where it gets gummed up.
I don't know, flip the script on that, and somebody thinks that they're entitled to an apology from you, and ask yourself the same question.
Well, we could do a role play if you want. I'm sure I've done something that irritated you recently, Deputy. What? Can use that as an example.
Do people want an apology though nowadays? I feel like an apology is kind of outdated in the lesson that was meant to really teach people. Do you think?
Don't jump ahead though. That's a great line of thought, but don't go so far ahead. We need to establish, are people owed apologies? Someone can owe you an apology, and or you can feel they owe you an apology, and they have no idea they even insulted or slighted you. So then are you owed an apology from someone who doesn't even know that they rendered an insult?
Well, I think that's an entirely different question. Are you owed an apology from someone who doesn't like you and they don't really care if they hurt your feelings?
Yeah, I think you're only I think no, I think you're only often someone that like you hold respect for. I don't think you really are owed an apology from people who like don't like you. I mean, that would be kind of
No.
See, that's where I was going with this, Monica. Sometimes the apology is irrelevant. The apology will naturally come if you get your lick back. You see what I'm saying?
See, and I'm not interested in a lick back. What I'm interested in is acknowledgement that a slight occurred, a sincere contriteness for issuing a slight, and promise to do better or never slight again. Just saying that out loud makes me think I'm probably fairly spoiled, and I'm probably going to be perennially disappointed.
I just wanted to say, Kyle Israel, my Israeli ETF is up 1.3%.
Yes, yes. Hail to Israel.
Who was that? Did you move Rico down?
Hold on, I thought I did. I thought I was just, yeah, I moved Rico down because we were nowhere near talking about Israel. I moved Rabbi down because who the hell is he? And so, all right. So,
Can't invite Rabbi back up.
I don't care.
Well, it was Rabbi.
I don't know.
Well, I'd like to know. Somebody invite Rabbi back up.
Yeah, right.
Help me. I was entering. Where is he? Who is Rabbi? Do you vouch for Rabbi?
Oh, are you not vouching for Rabbi?
Like we reading.
I'm not part of this.
Oh, child.
All right. Well, okay. So now you're on a warning. All right, Rabbi. Like I know.
Thank you, Boo Boo.
I used to be a dog personality, and Clubhouse has turned me into a cat. Meow.
Into a robber.
All right. Apologies.
I like to apologize to all the single ladies.
You see, I knew it. Can you move him down now?
No.
Like
He's not hurting anything. Wait until he's offensive. Okay.
He's offending me.
Oh my gosh. I think you just want to be offended.
I'm only one man.
No, I was trying to. So Clubhouse relationships, and this stranger is all up in our group. Get off! Shut up! We can talk to you in 10 minutes when I can no longer talk. Okay. All right.
Okay. So here's the thing. To Adam's point, I know I'm jumping ahead, but number one, do you want an apology that you have to ask for? Because I sure don't.
No.
I absolutely don't want an apology that I have to ask for. Number two, I am certain
that there have been times if you pick a particular cast member where unwarranted you have made snide or, you know, passive aggressive remarks about said person. Maybe because of past, you know, interactions, but like
Only Stigler.
oh my goodness. By virtue of using that name, like, okay, but do you really think that you owe Stigler an apology, even though he might be offended at something that you do or say? Like, she might think you owe him an apology, but you probably don't think you owe him an apology. You know you're not going to stop calling him Stigler instead of Stilgar. And so why would you apologize for behavior that you know you're going to repeat? I don't know. I don't think it's fair to make the assumption that people owe you anything. They're not required to like you. They're not required to be your friend.
I don't ask to be
They're not required to even extend common courtesies. I mean, we would like that. I would certainly like that behavior in society as a general rule, but nobody's required to play by the rules.
Okay, so that's 3. They don't have to like you. I never asked to be liked by everyone. They don't have to be civil. Well, in our rooms, I think they should be civil. And then we have this account who has thousands of accounts, and he's threatened us with harm. He's tried to blackmail us. Said if we play to his demands, then he'll let us live on the app. But if he doesn't, we don't accede to his diva wishes, he will remove us from the app, and he has the power to do so, allegedly.
Who?
So he's threatening us.
Who is it?
Would you ever say to? I don't think I could ever think of a time when I said to a friend, "You owe me an apology." Like if something happens and I say, "Look, this happened. I don't know if you realize how that made me feel," and they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize that." But I would never say. That only seems to come from people who maybe aren't your friend, which in that case, fuck off. Don't tell me I can do anything. So I would say.
Well, you're not a petty, stupid person.
So I think I don't know if I've never demanded an apology for anyone. What I said was when
I don't disagree with you, Monica.
I've told you to apologize, or I told you to stop doing your fuckboy shit. Or you
You've told me to apologize.
when?
What do you mean when? You've told
When? Oh no, I need receipts. Did you keep them or no? You're just making suppositions.
I don't record rooms. If that's what you're asking.
You have no idea when I demanded an apology from you. Should I demand one now? My style. I don't need apologies.
You blocked me.
But boy, me blocking you is a consequence for your poor behavior.
You blocked me, and you said I'm not going to unblock you until you've apologized. And it was actually for a room that I dogpiled on you. You're in a room and you were getting piled on, and I came in and I dogpiled you. I said that was really disrespectful, and that you deserve an apology for it. And then you said I'll block you until you apologize. And so I apologize.
Lying now? Because how in the hell? Wait, what?
I remember it now.
Wait, hold on.
Remember the thing right there.
What you did is wrong. Why should I unblock you? And you said, well, if I apologize, will you unblock me?
No way. Which is okay. I don't find someone else for an apology.
Why? Why do you require an apology?
Well, you're changing that.
Hold on. No, you demanded an apology from me on March 27th in the back channel. March 27th. Maybe Monica can come up and apologize to you, Abby, for blocking you.
You guys would rather talk about this rather than racism in America.
Hold on, my friend.
Don't worry about answering time.
Zach, can you give us a minute?
Well, I'm not hurt by it. I'm just saying.
You demanded an apology to me, and you now responded me demanding an apology from you. I question your respect for people in the app.
Let me read everyone what she's saying. I quoted, maybe Monica can come up and apologize to you, Abby, for blocking you. That's me saying maybe Monica should apologize to Abby and demand an apology. I'm just, and if I'm demanding, I even request them.
This is gonna be fun. How many people when hold on. Maybe Monica should apologize for blocking you, Abby.
Yep, that's what I just said. So that's not about me, you towards me, nor is it me wanting
For an apology. For like you were all up in the Kool-Aid not knowing the flavor. Why did you do that? What business is it of yours whether I have Abby blocked or not? See? Stuff that doesn't belong to you or concern to you, and why do you complain that I have you blocked? And then obviously I don't have you blocked because in the back.
Monica, again, rather than this is more than a year ago, rather than getting caught up with the
month ago.
Oh. What you're talking about a month ago, I'm saying that you blocked me off about a year ago, and you said that I will not be unblocking you until you apologize to me for dogpiling on you. And so then I did apologize to you, and you unblocked me, which is fair, and I respect it. I understood it. But I'm just saying, and then I'm just saying that you're saying that you don't think people, can demand an apology, and I'm saying that you do request an apology. Do you have requested an apology before?
If I dated that you've caused this slight, that's me letting you know that you caused a slight, and then you get to decide whether or not you're sorry, and you either render me an apology or you don't. It's not like
I wouldn't apologize at this point.
Stand out because I'm comfortable to be centered. So
I'm not going to say you just which is that you said that you don't think that people should request an apology. And I'm saying that you have requested an apology.
I demand an apology, or I say that was shitty.
You seem like you're acting.
Who are you? Rico, get out the way, Thomas. Always. First names for one of these on the app are not doxing. But I did it to get his attention. So, Divinity, I demand apologies. Shut up, Ian. Did you not hear me ask Divinity?
Maybe rephrase it.
I still want your man's voice instead of the dulcet tones of one of my dearest friends on the app. Do you have the ability to mute up, but not the will? Not the stamina? Not the conviction of a man? Gorging to the boo?
You're just misrepresenting the argument.
I think based on, and I'm strictly basing it on our communications today, Mott. Okay, I don't think that you run around demanding apologies. I think based on our communication today, you have an expectation where I'm not certain you're entitled.
So again, someone threatens us and our welfare on the app, not in the real world, but on the app, affecting our lives. Yeah. And then they want to come and nosh with us. They want to have a tea party and a coffee clutch in our spaces after they threatened us. And I'm supposed to be okay with it. It's a huge ask. It's a huge ask. And we did it again last week. And what happened? Like, I'm legitimately upset about this. I allowed Brad to squat on our stage and contribute for hours. And last night, I wanted to go talk to Rafi and them in their room, and I couldn't.
Wait, can I get a reset?
No. We're going to move on. to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Is it open or closed, y'all? Because I don't know. And how come we're not talking about it anymore? The U.S. is gonna rescue stranded ships. Are they without food and necessities? What's going on over there? Anybody know?
Wait, are they talking about you?
Particularly trolley people tend to navigate this app. And I think the overlying question is you have somebody in a room that treats you poorly for any type of reason. Whether they're crashing out with you, whether they're just talking mad shit because they're a troll and they like to be offensive and disrupt. And then they show up in another room and they want to kiki it up and rub elbows and just participate in the light social interactions and act like a normal human being. Did you have an expectation of apology for their prior behavior? Should you just not allow them to interlope?
Right.
Should you not allow them to interlope on the conversation? Should you just let it roll off your back and keep it moving? Like, that's the overall, I think, bigger arching topic of conversation. Some people find it hard to navigate because in one room people will treat them one way, and in another room they'll act like
people will treat me abhorrently, disgustingly, invasively, pervertedly, and then want to have a civil conversation in the rooms I host. What's my responsibility to them? And when do I get to be angry and offended and tell them not here? Not here. It seems grossly unfair, and I think that's why I'm so upset. Despite me calling Stigler Stilgar, wait, stop. Oh, despite me calling Stigler Stilgar, did it wrong again. Despite me calling Stigler, it doesn't mean I got it eventually. Zero. Thanks for your patience. Like, it doesn't mean that I'm talking about him. I'm talking about Brad. I'm talking about Rich. And actually, maybe a little bit of Stigler because he laughed at Tim abusing me. And I know it's not abusing me, inconveniencing me, humiliating me in front of people. Ha ha ha! Isn't that great? The wind is blowing. It's not hot here. It's blowing.
Do you want your medicine now, or should I save it for another day and make it bubble up today?
No. I'll take a shot. Go ahead.
So, I think you make somewhat of a controversial figure of yourself on this app by your own actions. And I think when the consequences come, you don't enjoy them. I would just recommend you take them less seriously. It's still the internet.
Try giving the Torah a chance.
Hold on. That's excellent advice. It really is good advice.
Also, who cares?
I care because it interferes with my navigation of the app. I want to go where I want to go. I want to be where I want to be. If my friends are doing a political room, I want to be there. And so maybe I can offer a poll suggestion or a link that provides context and information. And I'm denied access to the people that I prefer by a couple of jerks who think it's fun to poke at Monica. Ha 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 ha. It's annoying. And I don't think I'm as controversial as Stigler thinks I am. I just think people like a target, and I happen to provide an excellent one.
That's you, boo boo.
You admit yourself that you deal in controversy.
When we're doing audiobooks?
No. I think you go for altruistic reasons. or at least you believe they're altruistic.
Want to do comedy night?
You've mentioned yourself that like you'll lean into controversial topics because you think there's value in the rational conclusion on the other end of those controversial topics, and dealing in controversy to discuss them seeds the conversation, right? But the problem is that tactic has this natural consequence where like you tend to take things very seriously and people tend to disagree with you in a maybe not so polite way, and you end up having to deal with those consequences. So you probably get more done than if you weren't utilizing that technique. But as a result, the nail that sticks out gets hammered, you know?
Yeah, I can see that argument, and I don't think it's wholly without merit. And also, people don't pay attention. I'm the poster kid for the KKK, and I think racism is important. I don't like racist people. I let them live because bigots deserve to breathe too, as long as they're not enacting violence upon people. But it doesn't mean I support or encourage them. So one of the most frustrating things about our dialogues on the internet is you question something horrible that people said someone did, like Trump's now a pedophile apparently, and you're asking for more information, and then you suddenly become a pedophile apologist, and then suddenly you're a pedophile. We have no critical thinking. We've got to do better.
This is a struggle for me because I have some contentions with your position in people adjusting their behavior in certain rooms. While I love you. You are single-handedly one of the most precious people on this app to me. I don't enjoy seeing you be abused by other people. I don't enjoy seeing people make you feel embarrassed or humiliated or any of the things. I also have expressed that to you, and you're like, I'm going to move the way that I'm going to move on this app. But the flip side of that is I don't, particularly with topics, don't particularly enjoy echo chambers. I want people that I don't disagree with. And if we take the two extreme components out of this scenario and we look at people like Stilgar and we look at people like Jane, I don't bounce around in 50 rooms or in this room all freaking day long. I'm here. So when people like Jane come here to see me and you're like, what are you doing here? You're not nice to me in that room. How dare you be here?
I haven't done it. No, it's not. I haven't done that for months. I welcomed Jane in and I asked you to make her a moderator. Stop it. Just recently, yes. Just recently, yes, Ben. Over the last 6 months.
She hasn't been in here in the last 6 months. She doesn't come anymore because
that's not my fault.
Every time she came, she was accosted. You don't get to come in here and kiki it up with me when you treat me so egregiously out there.
And then when you told me, Monica, I like Jane. I like her in our rooms. Okay, Monica, I like Stilgar. I want him in our rooms. Okay.
Oh my God, Rico, I'm gonna kick you because you're just fucking obnoxious. If I said I want people that I said I don't agree with, but if I said disagree, it was a misspeak. Hello. The fact that you're in here every motherfucking day, I think warrants the fact that I don't mind people being in here that I don't agree with because I think you're a fucking loser. And I tolerate your bullshit in this room, your disruption, your fucking asinine ideas day after motherfucking day. So kiss my white ass, Rico. Kiss it, okay? And shut the fuck up.
And that's
So anyway.
I was recording. It's incredible. I like it.
So That's your second warning, Rico. Your third one gets you bounced from the room, and we'll try again tomorrow.
Fuck everyone.
Well, open up.
And then, and so Jane, and so Stilgar, and Stilgar got a mod badge a couple of times. Stilgar is a great mod when he doesn't bother me. And when he doesn't bother me, we get along okay. And I told Dippity the other day, I consider Stilgar like a kind of brother, annoying little brother that. You don't get to mess with my karma, Stilgar. So anyway, but Brad is different. You can think I meant only the clubhouse karma, but you'd be wrong. But go ahead and think that. Brad was too much, and that was a mistake on my part. Brad was too much, especially after him blocking me out of the room where all the people were last night. So now Brad blocked. So that's all those people. Rich was a lot. Which is a whole lot this morning. So that's where all this emotion's coming.
But see, I don't think Rich was a lot this morning. On any other given day, I'd say Rich was a lot. Like this morning, I felt like Rich came in and he just participated in the conversation, and he wasn't particularly, he wasn't like poking at people and trying to disrupt. Like he actually engaged and carried on conversation, not with me. Which I don't. But he was interacting and he was engaged with people, and they were talking, and there was no drama. And in a case like that, like I don't care about him being here in that case. I think when you care about him being here in that case, that's when you're going to get the disruption and the what can I do to turn your room upside down, because you wouldn't let me play on the playground. Like it's freaking childish antics.
And the story of the Damocles sword that dangles over someone's head and it's wobbling to and fro, and you never know when it's going to pop and stab you through the skull. That's Rich.
I think that's hyperbolic. When Rich comes in here, and he's messy, he gets thrown to the goo or he gets thrown out of the room. When Rich comes in here and he acts like a freaking person, he gets to participate, play with everybody else because he can show that he can, contribute to the conversation. I don't have a problem with it.
He said he was the worst person on the app, and he was going to do everything he could do to get me removed.
He said the same thing about me. He said I was getting me self clips.
Who said you're the worst person on the app?
Rich.
Right. Who said it?
I interrupt for a quick programming note. So we're gonna have at 5:00 today a social hour where we play this very funny game that was just created and tested a few days ago. And version 2 has soft launched this morning, but I haven't tested it with any real people. So I'm going to start a room right now to test it with a few people. If I could have a couple volunteers, just find the room that I'm going to start in about 1 minute, please. And test it. Yeah, I just need about.
I think it's important to know you need to have 2 devices to
Yes,
use the game.
yes.
One device to do the game on, and one device to on Clubhouse.
I do. Yeah, so have a laptop or a tablet handy. I'll send you I'll send it in your Telegram, Monica.
Okay. Do you only want like 5 people? You don't want 15?
It could be more. I would say minimum 5. It could be more, and then we're gonna do the big
You have to be in a place where you can talk, because everyone stands. Keep that in mind. Because the game is kind of spicy.
In case you should let Rico run.
Okay, all right. So I will send you the link, Monica. I'll send you the link, Sarah Deputy. Send you the link.
Suck your dick.
Liberty, and I'll send Stilgar. If you still have the same Signal account, I'll send it to you also, because I think you would be good at it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be in a hotel room at 5:00 this evening, and this sounds infinitely better than watching Shark Tank. So.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So back to apologies, and then I'll go on mute, and Room can return to his conversation about We the People Airlines and if it's a good idea or not. Because I think it's kind of charming. I'm excited when I see, like, what did Vero say? I got red, white, and blue flowing through my veins because of this. So exciting.
With the We the People Airplane, are you ever gonna get Kamala?
And the things that I get really like excited with the means of production done by the people as well.
Yes.
Are you a socialist?
Maybe.
Well, I think people might be trespassed upon enough that they do deserve an apology, that their poor behavior doesn't warrant an apology. I will pay attention if I make demands for apologies in the future because this doesn't seem to be something that I do, but I'll pay attention to it. Thanks, Keegan, for that feedback. Silvar, I know, I just touched grass. I know I take the act too seriously. And I know that's a problem for me. And then thirdly, I'm used to wearing armor in rooms outside the rooms I moderate. I'm finding it uncomfortable and unpleasant to wear armor in here when I want to take my shoes off and get under the blanket and in the recliner and relax. So that's going to be something I need to navigate, not anyone else. Thank you guys for letting me process all of this feelings today. I appreciate your patience.
We love you, Monica.
Vera, what do you think the odds are that we'll get this done? Because I am ready to drop $45 for a dinner. So
I would. I'd get a little square. Why not?
Grayson's room is at the top of the room if y'all want to go help him test the game. You do have to have a second device. You have to be able to speak. So.
Oof. I don't have a second device. It's in my office. That's it.
Tablet, laptop, second iPhone.
All in my office. I'm trying to separate my work from my life right now. Okay, so I'm trying to, leave things in there and then concentrate.
Go in with your eyes closed, and that way you're still separate, but
right.
It's a fun little game, Bureau. I really think you'd love it.
Oh no, I've played Amazon.
Oh,
I was one of the first people to try it out, so we give them a lot of pointers. I'm excited to see the V2 for sure.
I'm sorry. When I emotionally vomit all over the stage, it's hard to clean it up and then regroup and get the topic. I apologize. Are we still at war with Iran? Wasn't the time limit up?
Let me see. Are we still at war with Iran?
The answer is yes, and we will be for the foreseeable future.
This is not exactly. That's crazy. The US and Iran were actively in a war early in 2026. Major strikes. The fighting has mostly stopped under ceasefire began in April. Just a couple days ago, the U.S. government said hostiles have been "quote unquote" terminated. It's not really over. It says they're still deployed. We have stuff boots on ground. Incidents are happening where there's like missile planes or naval confrontations, and it's ongoing and uncertain.
Wake me up when September ends. I am so tired of this fucking conflict inside of me.
I am too. It's been giving me a lot of anxiety. Some PTSD shit just happening here and there, especially with the recent flying too. I'll be kind of, anxious.
It's Islamic fatigue.
It's war fatigue, bro. It's straight up war fatigue. I'm tired of war.
Oil price is only a first order consequence. The second and third order consequences have yet to show up, and it's going to get way ugly before it gets better.
mean, if we can get rid of some fat people in the process of all of this, I feel like that would be a net positive. Would you feel that?
Work on something is already doing half the work. Starvation is going to come in for the 1-2 for the 2 side of the 1-2. Yeah, this is a looks maxing summer. I think you haven't seen shit when it comes to food costs. It's only going to get sketchier from here. Enjoy your $22 pound of ground beef by August.
Bro, relax.
Season vegan.
I haven't eaten meat since fucking, I don't know, a decade now, okay? So relax. Just, you're so pessimistic. Everything, you just, I could be like, oh man, the sun is shining, it's a beautiful day. And you're like,
Forgive me. A millennial is on his, I don't know, 7th world-ending catastrophe.
Right. Someone was telling me how even in the room there was like it's a little irrational to be afraid of flights, right? Was that you maybe? But the thing is, I don't think people realize because when COVID happened, when Daddy Trump closed everything down, everything, I was in Scotland and I could not get home. And so now you can't tell me shit's not gonna go right because one day a global pandemic happened and I couldn't get home. So now flying gives me anxiety.
Oh, air travel is definitely going to be a giant mess in the coming months. Aviation fuel is becoming very hard to come by, very expensive. Domestic, like short haul flights, are getting canceled across the country. It's worse in Europe at the moment, but they're just the canary in the coal mine. Will be next. Transatlantic, Trans-Pacific aren't that bad. It's coming. This will probably be one of the lowest summer travel seasons we've seen in probably a couple decades, COVID notwithstanding. So, yeah, I mean, the whole world order is totally upset. But, fuck it. If this guy's always falling, who gives a fuck?
Stilgar, I feel like the one positive thing out of this, at least for Los Angeles, with everybody converging here for the World Cup, is maybe people will stay. They've made the tickets so unaffordable for people to even go that live here to begin with. So maybe they'll just stay home. I think that we could survive with a little bit less travel tourism this year. Traffic's going to be better, getting to work. I feel like
I expect everything to be chilled out.
Don't forget about the Olympics too. You got that coming.
Yeah, and hopefully more people will stay home. And if I absolutely have to go somewhere, it's like a 3.5 hour. I mean, there's nothing really that I need to see in the rest of the country for the time being. And even if I do, I have no problem driving it. I've driven from Santa Monica to Miami. So
Did they have the train yet?
I'm not taking the train. I don't do the train.
They have the high speed.
I'm not taking the train. So I would prefer to drive. Regional commuting, to Stilgar's point earlier about the high-speed train, I definitely agree with that. I cannot wait for them to actually, bring that to fruition here in California. It would save people godless amounts of time, in traffic. But aside from that, going from one end of the coast to the other, no, I'm not doing that. I'd rather drive.
They do have I never taken it yet, but they have like luxury buses that you can sleep in.
Oh, I know. Drive. I can pull over when I want. I can sit on Clubhouse and be as loud as I want. Exactly, I can smoke a blunt, as long as I want. I can pull over, go to the hotel, take a shower. I don't have anybody rushing me, being on somebody's itinerary. I love driving across country. I don't know about you guys, but I love it.
Have you ever been on a shower on a bus or one of those sleeper trains?
No.
It's like rocking, and you're like touching the edge. Oh, you're touching the walls of the.
So you have the shower. Is it?
remember the showers? Yeah, touching the curtain, it was so, I felt like I felt the top and all of that. Well, once the plugins became all the shower curtains, and we went to a little half of the house hangings. Yeah, but imagine being at the nowhere. I'm sorry, guys. That's why you had to wear your flip flops.
I'm subtracting. Our hot water heater is kind of small. And she's gonna hop in after me. She's like, I'm like, are you washing your hair? That's not fun. Okay.
No, you don't want to. You don't want a protein treatment on your toenails? No.
I'm just kidding.
I did not share with the males the burnings. Thank goodness.
Good call.
Oh my god, I remember the guys except for the Arabian shit. Everyone was wearing a hot mosquito. I was like, wait, they ran all the Marines. They wore hot mosquitoes and ran through the flight deck just to be fucking Marines.
And where are the gay ones?
There, yeah, most Marines I know get.
Oh, straight dudes in the military on the case. Brock, we're 17. Brock is dead.
It's okay to be gay.
24 dudes singing sticks in the shower with their dicks out. It's gay. I don't want to be.
That did represent everything Steve one moment in time.
I mean, as long as you don't ask and you don't tell, right?
We all know you're gay. It's like that was such a dumb policy.
Before they instituted that, and I ran into my supply sergeant at a gay bar, and he was in like a speedo with full body glitter on. What were you doing there? And I went there with a bunch of ladies. Gay bars are actually awesome. Let's be fair. No piece of people table. Went to drinks.
Listen,
Gay are gay.
I'm just gonna say this: y'all straight men need to stop invading gay spaces. Okay?
Fortnite want to go to the gay bar. I mean, they had me at bar. Okay. But yeah, from that moment, I never wanted for anything. I was like, oh, is he helping me? So he's like, oh, yeah, you can do it.
I think it's easier to hook up with women at a gay bar because people are more open to sex in general.
Yeah, I think that straight men need to stay in straight male spaces. They don't need to be venturing off into gay spaces. That's just my opinion.
You don't have any Lennox at straight white male bars. We're going in for the kill by LaRue. I have to go to the bar. Gay bars are also always open. Like, Christmas Eve, the gay bar's open.
What's the coolest name of the gay bar you've been to? Mine's Rainbow Cat.
Like, not that great names. Like, okay-ish names.
So we have New York City. I'm also in the gay neighborhood, so I see them all the time. But there's a gay bar here, and it's an upscale gay bar. It's called The Hymn.
How do you explain a $200 charge to your wife from the Golden Banana?
Yeah. The one in Philly is called Woody's. Should have been to Woody's. Lesbian bar is called Sisters.
Oh, wow.
lesbian bar up here called U-Haul. That was a joke.
Yeah, in the straight bar called your basement, David.
The basement jokes I need.
What is your diet? Rico, don't ask about.
No, you have a lot of basements in your.
Yeah, that grew up. Basements all around the country. They just are different.
Not in Florida.
I just have a Florida.
See in Florida, even
I just have a most states. That's it.
You know, but it's super common. Maybe more in like a tornado-prone areas to have basements, right?
I think so.
Well, we have hurricanes.
But that involves water and flooding, and that would be counterproductive.
All of Florida's like a big swamp, so you can't replace
That's right.
Be nice.
David, what does your Goldman Sachs guy say about the Israeli ETF? EIS.
Don't know. Never brought up some.
It's 11% in the past month. It's amazing.
Good. But that's less than the Nasdaq.
It's 70% over the past year.
That's okay.
No, that's amazing.
Why is she talking like that?
Because he's rabbi.
The Israeli ETF is my new risk-free rate of return. I would say 70% year over year is okay.
It's very good. It's very good.
That's amazing. Let's look at the QQQ year over year. That's only up 9%, 8.53.
I'm going for a walk. Another walk.
That's your long.
That's
I'm grateful for Jeffrey Epstein because he said only the goyim deal in the real world, and you should just make your money trading futures.
Who did?
He was the best of men.
Oh God, Rico's bag. It's like a skin mark, like a pair of underwear that you just can't scrub and bleach out.
What are you up to, girl?
I'm thinking about going for a little poo, a little smoke. We have, I live pretty close to the Hudson, so we have a nice little path, a walking path. Get some vitamin D. Hi, twins.
Do you have a park near you?
I have Central Park, and I have, yeah, like Hudson River, which is a long walking path and bike path, and Sitton Park. Oh my god, there's so many parks around me. I'm thinking about it now. Like little ones too.
Do they still do concerts in Central Park?
Absolutely.
How long do they do that? It's not like I thought.
All over the summer, like every weekend in the summer.
You could live in Chicago and get the same quality of life for like half the price, but you got sign up to living in New York.
Honey, I'm married. I don't pay for anything. Okay.
You know, it's really
My husband-
funny to me, Vero. Like, are you ever complaining about money? Never hear you complain.
Never, because that is not an issue. Even if anybody was like, "Oh, what kind of things you find about money?" Never. We look at each other. Money. No, we're gonna go, man. We can afford to be here, and that's why we're here. That's fine. Chicago, too. Where it was New York or nowhere, day one.
Yeah, I would never live in Chicago yet.
I'm good on that.
It's lovely. Don't get me wrong. The summers are nice, very nice, but nothing beats a New York City summers for most. Yeah,
City, to be honest.
And then why didn't you live there, Rico?
I would never live in a place with a state of tax personally.
Oh, Illinois doesn't have a city come down.
No, they do. They do have a state of tax, but it's not graduated. Like New York fucks you in the ass the more money you make. So it's like, why the fuck would anybody like that? At least Illinois is like a flat state.
A flat state? Okay.
It's a flat state income tax.
Oh, a flat state income tax. Okay.
Not grad.
Okay. Well, you know, we all make our choices.
Also, not choice.
Not choice.
Any banger concerts coming to Central Park this year?
Yes.
Let's see. Where's global? When's global?
Global Citizens.
Yeah, global citizens. When's that?
Actually, in September.
Oh, they're going global citizens here in the farm for the game.
I'm gonna see Hootie and the Blowfish in Central Park.
Let's go.
Oh, that's fun.
Why something?
Where does this perception of Chicago is like Detroit come from? I want to understand this.
It's very
September 26th.
Like Chicago's treated like it's like Baltimore or something. I'm trying to understand.
It is like Baltimore.
Cardi B's performing.
Maybe the South Side is.
I never felt safe there.
Maybe the South Side is.
Yeah, it was in North Chicago.
No, there's no way.
Yes.
Where's the microphone?
North of the river. Felt like I was gonna get shot.
There's no way.
I saw Stevie Wonder at Central Park.
I didn't see him.
Yeah, I was like,
Are you gonna come to New York again, Rico?
Not likely.
it's too cool.
I just don't understand the hype, you know?
You gotta look man.
It's dirty, like there's like I literally last time I was there, like I think I saw like a plastic bag full of poop on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Like, it's a disgusting shithole. It's not nice.
Even Chicago's like that.
Actually, Chicago is a lot cleaner because they put their trash in alleys. They don't dump it on the street.
Trash cans and stuff like that, but like dog shit all over the place. That's and like human shit all over the place. I mean, that's major cities. That's even LA.
Chicago is much cleaner.
You have to understand, every part of the city of Los Angeles is not like that. Palisades is the city of Los Angeles. Hollywood Hills is the city of Los Angeles. Like there's
Yeah, of course. But there's many parts of New York too, and it's not all fucking shitty. You know?
I'm talking about Midtown Manhattan.
And then Chicago too. Chicago has very shitty parts, but then also very lovely parts.
I'm talking about Midtown Manhattan.
Yeah, but no one goes. Like that's all just tourists. That's like saying the same thing about the Hollywood. Exactly, that's the same thing. I'm like, bro, no. You gotta live here to see the beauty in it. Really, you can't just visit. Like it's such a warped point of view on things. Like it's so busy all the time. But I've been on streets by myself.
All over the subways. I get that's an American thing, but it's just
There's no graffiti on our subways. There's no graffiti on our subways. That's some 1980 shit, bro. That's just clean as up, bro.
Girl, you slept on a rat yet?
Nope.
I told a fucking lady one time when I was working, when they was building the Four Seasons downtown in 2015, like there was two rats. It's like, tell me not, if you seen a rat run fast, it looks like a fucking remote control car.
It's like a size 8 croc going down the street.
Control cars, these things are running around and they run under the suction.
Even in Paris,
It's like steps on them.
the rats have dogs out there.
Nah, they're like, it's some fucked up looking rats in the city. Like,
I've had a rat that fist at me before.
like that's some ladies like fucking stepped on it. David, and she fucking I couldn't see her, but I could totally hear this whispering. David, do you know that restaurant Town that we went to?
Yes.
Oh, you
They have that in Chicago. Like they have that same restaurant in Chicago.
Yeah, it's a chain.
Right now, like my point is that like, yes. My point is that
Same shop.
doesn't matter. My point is, you guys are buying into hype, is what you're doing. You can get the same recipes and it's the same stuff.
You can still travel to Chicago. Well, I'll never live there.
You guys are buying into hype. Oh, this chef is famous. No, they can just write the recipe down and then send it to them. So that's yeah, it's literally the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same. Okay. Okay. Okay.
New York is for people who buy into hype. It's for like NPCs.
Okay.
It's for people who are easy to sell to.
Okay.
Oh shit!
That is Miami, if anything.
Rico, what do you like?
100 years.
Yeah, no.
I love Miami.
Oh, I hate Miami. If you love Miami, then I take none of the rest of the things that you say.
Miami's clean and nice.
Right.
I crack down and cry. Myself, answer your questions. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you for asking that question.
Ask everyone. It's amazing.
So you don't have access to those women.
Stop your Adams. I appreciate you for bringing that to life.
Yeah, you don't have access to those women, Rico. That's just eye candy for you.
That's
You don't have
amazing.
access to those women. You don't have access to those women.
Okay.
All those women are fake. What you mean? Butt done, thighs done, breast done, arms done, chin done, cheekbones done, arch done on their feet. They insulted.
What's wrong with looks maxing? What's wrong with looks maxing?
What you mean? What's wrong with the?
Looks not max. Looks.
That's less than looks maxing. That's fucking body dysmorphia to the point of changing. Might as well be transgender.
What is this look maxing term? Like, is this
Gen Z term? He's just trying to be hip.
The people that are not funny don't have any like talent.
Miami's fun for a weekend, you know.
The first
2016.
24 hours in Miami. It's the only time I've been to Miami. And I spotted a fake ass. And I knew it was fake. And that was the first time in my life I see a fake ass person. Shitty.
I don't know how you guys could not enjoy like being on a boat or a beach at like a beautiful sunset. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, actually, my friends were going on a boat 2 weekends from now. We're all going to be.
Yeah, in Dirty Ass Hudson River, where you fucking.
We're not going. We're launching from Montauk. Do you know? Grab a map.
Yeah, it's called the Hamptons Boat. I know.
It's not the Hamptons. I said Montauk.
It's over.
Grab a map.
It's next to the Hamptons.
The way.
It's not even water.
So-
It's on Long Island.
Hours away.
They're both on Long Island. They're next to each other.
Hours away.
That's like trying to drive to London.
Dang, I opened up my can and the whatever the frequency hit my receiver in my headphone and I heard it go boom, like a. It's crazy.
Now I will say, already love this. I love it, but like there's only certain places I go out there.
I had to have a metal beach.
Tampa, Clearwater, that whole area. I love that area.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. 65.
you start going like, Ocala, OL. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Let's get some.
1 hour on the south.
Oh, I don't know. It's just not good shit.
Still far as fuck. I'm an hour away from the city. I'm upstate.
You are upstate, bro.
I'm not even
On the end of upstate, bro.
the North Washington Bridge and what? I'm the 13. I'm really 13.
What are you
It's not that far, right?
What are these numbers? Are those numbers miles or what is the there's exits, right? There's no like
I'm
measuring.
approximately 32 miles away. 32 miles. You know, if I leave and there's no traffic, I get there. Fuck, it's 2:30 now. I can be there. Fuck it. 3. That's just Facebook.
Damn, I wish I had plastic cups so I can take a beverage outside.
All I have to say is this: the type of person who loves New York is the type of person who like will buy Beats headphones. They'll buy Beats headphones because it's the hip thing.
Beats headphones. You know where you see? You know where you see the Beats headphones are? They're in LA, honey.
It doesn't matter.
Or Detroit. It's by Dre. Where's Detroit from? Oh yeah.
Don't love you play TV go make fun of your fuck out. Train station. Fight and then go get a haircut and nobody's gonna recognize you there.
Sure people did that. Someone was probably fucking saying they're gonna kill everybody in the train car and get off the train and hit up their local barbershop. I bet you someone said that.
Like there's 8 million people out here, so ain't nobody gonna recognize you tomorrow.
Yeah, I tell people that all the time. I'm so embarrassed. Nobody here knows you. Nobody recognizes you. Nobody knows who you are. Shut the fuck up.
That part. That's why I had to correct Rico. It's like you ain't got it like that. You don't have access to those type of women.
Whatever you think, man.
You don't live the lifestyle and have access to those type of women, Rico.
Amazing.
But he does have a Range Rover.
I guess if Adam said it, it must be true.
Yeah, okay. I can vibe with that. Oh my god, this all fit in the same fucking thermos. Hell yeah. Oh man. Oh my god, I'm gonna go heat up some soup. Your egg roll soup.
My egg roll soup. That's right.
Either it's my shower curtain.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I had to go get my car.
I really recommend a cloth shower curtain, y'all. Like a liner, like the liner, cloth one.
Yes, yes.
Pop it
I
right
love
in the washing machine.
Aren't they great? They don't get dingy and soap scummy.
That's right. Oh, stiff and gross. Yeah.
Yep. No, but I totally love them.
Running interference. I love it.
What?
Y'all are running interference. Y'all know what's coming next. Is he at my appointment? Goodness. So Rico, what makes you think that you have access to that caliber of women?
What makes you think I don't?
Well, because I mean, if I didn't otherwise know that you were into women, I would have thought that you were gay. Especially the way that you drag on your words.
I just thought
You sound a little. You do what you characterize masculinity. I think you're heterosexual. I mean, Twiz, I've been knowing you for a while. There's no question. Like, you don't.
I think Adam's saying every day.
What's the thing about
This
you?
is. Yeah, Twiz, don't jump in the car. Twiz, don't jump in the car. This is for Rico, because I'm trying to understand how Rico feels like he's gonna go from Issa, and he feels that he could get the big bodied build a bitches in Miami. I'm talking about the crowd, the Larsa Pippen aesthetic. You don't have access to that type of woman, Rico. You don't.
That's just your.
Number one, you're short. Okay. Number two, your body's a mess. Okay. You're not chubby. I wouldn't say obese, but you are chubby.
Okay.
You are chubby.
That's
right. So we can agree that you're chubby. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't make that amount of money. Okay. That to be able to support that type of woman. Even a woman like Larsa Pippen, she knows everything about. She'll step up to anything for a check. Okay. I don't think that you make that amount of money, right? Because your car is like 17 years old. Okay.
There we go.
Your feet are small and flat. Okay. And you got a wide ass like a middle-aged woman. So I'm trying to understand where you think that you don't you have access to women like that. You really don't, Rico.
You're very creative.
Such a visual too.
I mean, I feel like you're creative too. You're delusion. You're flat-footed. You got a wide ass. And you don't make no money.
Thinks he's like a flip.
Oh my god.
This bitch flat-footed. He's flat-footed.
Oh.
You flat-footed little bitch. Right, because that's usually what happens to men like Rico that are big boned that arch their back.
The way Adams can recite things that are just not true with such confidence, you should be.
It is true. Well, we listen to you talk about the Jews all day, so we don't know if you know what's true and what's not.
I love the Jews.
Seeing as though you don't realize how much you talk about it, I don't think that you look in the mirror.
I love the Jews.
You know what I'm saying? Because again, you are chubby. Because I've seen pictures of you, Rico. You're chubby.
I love.
Chubby. You haven't lost the baby fat. You're chubby.
Here we go.
Right. You don't go to the gym. That's where you're golfing.
I never ever go to the gym.
You don't.
That's right.
And if you do, you're probably on a yoga mat somewhere. You're not wrong.
Hold on. What's wrong with you?
You're not chubby. Because you're chubby. You're chubby and you're saying that you're competing for a certain caliber of woman. These women don't go with chubby men like you unless they grew up with them. They either have money, okay, or the dick is good, okay. Which leads me to my last point. We got Issa. We got that incident, right? So again, aside from the fact that you're chubby, you don't make that amount of money. You drive an old used car. You're flat-footed. You're big bone, and you got a wide ass. You can't keep an erection. You can't keep an erection. You can't keep an erection. Wait, no, fat dudes. Sorry, Keegan. You're not. You said the video to that. Not you, Keegan. You don't need to be worried about what I get to, Keegan. You don't. As a matter of fact, Keegan. As a matter of fact, Keegan, you seem to be very preoccupied with gay sex. Why is that, Keegan? Why is that? You're working into every conversation. You're working into your whole recycled material. Okay, see, now this is crazy.
Adam, you're Indian, so I'm not paying attention right now.
Oh, you're good. Keegan, you can't be gay. We don't need men of your kind. We don't need men of your No, because you're low quality, man. You're a low quality man. Keegan, you chubby as well.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Adams.
Wait, there are a lot of things. Y'all are chubby. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Both y'all are chubby. Insecure. Y'all think that you're punching down at y'all think
ETF makes me
it's disturbing to me. It's just the
I'm gonna say the word fat faggot and nobody responds in any way.
Well, you're not talking to me. You're just been talking to Keegan or Rico. So I mean, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say, my friend? What do you want me to say?
Maybe if you bought the Israeli ETF, you wouldn't be so angry at us.
Sheriff, you want to see those things? Sassy.
Paying attention.
I know, but I'm still gonna respect you. I'm still gonna respect you. I made an oath. I'm not, I'm not gonna put down that freebie.
I was giving you a freebie.
I know you. I was picking up when you were throwing down, but I'm turning over a new leaf.
That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
I'm not even gonna.
Love that.
I'm not even gonna go there.
Adams, did you hear what I said?
Yes, what's going on? You said something at 5:00.
So in 2 hours and 20 minutes, we're all playing a game. So you just need to have a laptop or a tablet, and you can play with us.
How'd the testing go?
Good. I'm very excited because
Yay!
I was like 50% of me. I stayed up half the night, testing it until version 2 actually worked, but I hadn't tested it with any people, only myself, simulating other people, and I was 50% of me was expecting that there would be some game breaking bug in it, but it worked. So we're going to use version 2. So Adams, you can answer.
I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be home by then.
Oh,
Okay.
no problem.
I'll probably be sleeping, to be honest with you. So probably not.
No worries. Yeah, get better. It's the priority. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. So what happened?
Take the high road. Take the high road. Take the high road.
Yeah, is that what happened?
High road. Taking the high road.
I mean,
Adam's like, Adam's like, okay. I'll call his.
Wait, did I want me to be the bitch? I'll be the bitch. Do it. I'll do it today. Do it. Here, I'm Keegan, why are you so obsessed with male gay sex, bro? Like, for real. Because you're a fucking, like, big old gay rod, right?
That's right.
Cock in your mouth, right? Right? From your daddy.
That's right.
Father like son.
That's right.
See, he doesn't work. He just agrees with me.
The thing though, you're right. Yes, like it's like no offense. That's
I mean, you too. It's kind of
like
every single day. Over and over again. Get it? You're a broken record. You fucking get it, bro.
So when you constantly talk about gay sex and then complain about the cost of living, what else is anybody supposed to say? I mean, it's don't put me in the same category as the angry black women on this app because I'm actually listening to what you're saying, and what you say is that you constantly complain about the cost of living and you're constantly talking about gay sex. So what else is anybody supposed to conclude? I don't see in any form of gay sex you should be preoccupied with. You're a sexual male. You're a heterosexual male. Why are you concerned about any form of gay sex? Why would you be concerned about any form of gay sex? That's crazy. So basically, you're homosexual. Let me shut up. Let me shut up. You know what? This is crazy. You see how timid it is? You see how timid it is?
Let's record show and Rico are both good.
that's right.
That is right.
Well, we know Keegan's gay. I mean, or I'm sorry, Rico. You see, I keep getting them confused. I the twins way. I'm kind of doing
the opposite here, but like I kept straight when I first was on the app. Okay. It's a telemarketer. Outbound came out and now it's straight. Kind of, you know. I'm getting telemarketer calls now because I scheduled my eye appointment with a like like the eye by the not the eye by director. What's the doctor by eye doctor or whatever? And for like wait. No, it's all the I think that they're like their data has got I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But now that's got a lot of money.
Yeah, it's why I'm controlling your eyes.
I usually go to forever. But he lives.
Every time you mess with someone on the internet, you're gonna go slowly go blind.
I that's pretty they say.
It's gonna get worse. Worse.
Basics, both.
Damn. Every time you fuck with somebody on the internet, every time they blink, you're gonna go more blind.
I need more carrots. That's the problem.
I'm telling you, Vero, that's usually what happens. What? I'm telling you, Vero, we've been around long enough to see this shit happen. People like this that keep fucking with people for no fucking reason, okay, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna come back to 10. I'm not a hypocrite, but I don't need people to fuck with. I need people to I do. What you catch is the tail end of somebody coming after me. I don't go around fucking with people. I've had you blocked, and you keep popping up spaces where I'm at. So, Keegan. I don't fuck with people. So, like I said, 9 times out of 10, what happens to people like you is the more you continue to fuck with people, shit gonna start rolling down the hill for you, Keegan. It is. The Lord has a very sick sense of humor. I'm telling you. The Lord has a very, very sick. Well, and again, God, the Lord, they have a very sick sense of humor, Keegan. Remember that. Yes. Very, very sick sense of humor. Absolutely. Yes.
I will say this, which is that I've never created any houses disrespecting anyone's
So I woke up one day and decided I was just gonna create a house about your wife.
I don't know how to do it.
I woke up one day and decided that I was gonna make a house about your wife.
I
woke up one day and decided that I was gonna make a house about your wife. I just woke up one day out of nowhere and decided I was gonna do that, Keegan. And see, this is bitch ass shit I'm talking about, Keegan. You can't even stand on your squares up here. No, you two do it. And that's why that house went. That's why that house went. You're nasty. So you're nasty. Is with other you do. You're mentioning. And then you're right. Yeah, damn right. This is very good.
1. All right, I counted y'all. Okay, keep it cool.
Speaking of harass, I want your wife's ass.
Well, here's my list of why I don't actually really understand Dr. Adams, other than him saying I mess around, I mess with people too much, as a troll on this app, which I labeled myself as. So I don't really understand what your problem is with me being a troll. But the list is Adams creates a house about me, then he gets me flipped, and then when I'm off the app, other people say Adam's in the room celebrating you being flipped, and he acts like he doesn't act like this. He says, "If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you." I've never messed with you, and now when I call you a gay or fag, you're like, "Oh my gosh, I don't even mess with you. Do you want what's your problem?"
Those were the comments, okay? Those were the comments and repetition that got that house put up. And you think that you would have learned your lesson. Stop fucking with me. Leave me alone. That's it. That's it. You don't even have to speak to me in rooms. You don't even have to speak to me in rooms. I wish that this app, when you got somebody blocked, it just shuts off their audio so you can't even hear them. You see what I'm saying? But unfortunately, we don't have that technology. So let me just let you know right now, it doesn't take very much for some shit like that to happen again, Keegan. Leave me alone.
You should.
You can say a lot of things about Adams, okay? Adams, he can bang and he can crash with the best of them. He can say some really offensive shit. Faux show. Okay, there ain't no doubt about it. And
That's like
I don't think he denies it. And what I don't see Adams do, I don't see him do that randomly unprovoked to just internet randos.
He told me why he did it, which is that I mess with other people.
No, you're bothering me. You're bothering me, Keegan. Okay, what bothering me? You're bothering me. I'm still talking to you. No, you're still talking to me. So and this is my point. You need to learn boundaries. You need to learn boundaries. And you think that situation would have been a crash course for you to learn boundaries. And you still haven't learned.
I'm not going to be intimidated.
But still haven't, and I'm not going to be bothered. So you see how that goes? You see how her interests at an impasse? You see how that, you see what I'm saying? Keegan, don't think about what you think is my business, because there have been plenty of people that have been sent to me things that are actually your business, right? So again,
That's right.
Stop fucking with me.
That's right. I like the idea that everyone's like, I'm gonna dox Keegan. Everyone says it. But
can we just like call a non-speaking truce between you and Adams, and just you don't reference him and he won't reference you, and everybody just coexists peacefully?
You know what? Listen, friends. Listen, I know that you guys don't really like Rico, and I love Rico. Though Rico's my guy. I like Rico.
It's nice.
I'm gay for Rico, right? And because I'm gay for Rico, he's attacking my lover, and I don't want my lover to be attacked.
Okay. If you don't want your lover to be attacked, and I mean that both figuratively and literally, I keep saying, I keep out his name out your motherfucking mouth. If you're willing to jump in on behalf of your lover, Adams is he's gonna clap. But
no, he doesn't. I agree that he deserves to clap back.
Well, you agree, but I personally don't give a shit how you feel. I personally don't like to hear about your wife getting gangbanged by black men.
I completely agree.
I don't like to hear it. I really don't want to hear it.
You know why?
It's
an anti-art.
Right? Like I don't want to hear it. But when you say that you're gonna jump to the defense of your gay lover on the app, yes, and say whatever and attack him, you can't be upset that he's gonna clap back with whatever ammunition he has.
Listen, I completely agree. There's a difference, right?
Aside from that, can you mute him, please? You know how many fucking times I've defended him and his child on this damn app of the egregious, disgusting things that people have said about you? Do you have any idea how many times that I've actually gone to bat and defended you? And I don't think that you know exactly how far I went to defend you. Okay? So, like I said, I've been very nice to you, Keegan, but this continued annoyance of you just trying to bother me, and then two things can be true at the same time. Right? I can still get my point across to you, and I can still defend your child, okay, in the things that were being said about your child, right? So, like I said, Keegan, don't let this tit for tat game. I'm telling you right now, don't tit for tat game.
We never really had a problem until we had a problem, and literally,
you know why we have a problem? Do you know why we have a problem? We're doing it right now. So you know why we have a problem? Because you're talking to people. That's why we have a problem. Because you talk too much. You talk too much and your mouth is reckless. That's why we have a problem. So I'm reminding you exactly why this went up. And I'm also reminding you, you need to have an understanding of boundaries. Leave me alone, Keegan. That's it. That's it.
Listen, I'd rather talk about, my friend, our economic, social, cultural problems in the world. I enjoy that way more. I enjoy talking about the problems of America. And I might complain about Brexit. I might complain about our demographic change and all those things. But then people say, oh, I'd rather talk about all these dumb stuff. But and then Jews and
Talking about drama with other people on Clubhouse, I think, is the lowest form of human communication.
What do you call them? Maybe hypnosis.
I just think it's retarded.
Well, actually, what is white guy? That's what I want.
She's at home, not at work.
That's what she's making dinner for him. I'm on the plate. Tell her to cook some more carrots, Keegan.
How you doing, Liberty? Let's move on.
Making
Let's move on. How you doing, Liberty?
That's a bit of white meal.
What's wrong? Sick too?
No, I'm quite sure I'm
What would
gonna
be the blackmail?
You're gonna get what?
I think I'm gonna get fired.
What?
I just keep fucking up, I can't handle time pressure and then I drop the ball.
What happened?
Well, I don't know, like all this stuff is coming together, this final project, and I just keep missing small details and the timeline gets closer and closer, and then today I just fucking had set up a meeting to meet with two very high up people and totally forgot about the meeting, but the thing is that's so stupid to me is they like joined the meeting. I wasn't there, and they just sat there for half an hour until I never showed up. And then when I tried to reschedule the meeting, because I assumed like, oh, everyone must have forgot about the meeting, they were just like, well, we were available at this time and you weren't there, and I'm not available anymore. And I'm just like, why didn't you just like message me? Like, why would you just sit there in the meeting with me not there and not be like, hey, we should probably message this
It was
person?
a sales. It was a client that you were supposed to be selling a product.
It was internal at least, but it's still like
They were probably waiting to see how retarded you were, and then they were like, "Oh, he or she is fully retarded."
I'm
Fuck.
confused about how that happened. Like, how did you have an invite on your calendar for a different time than everybody else?
No, I just didn't hear the notification go off that the meeting had started or that there was a meeting. I had set up the meeting a couple days ago, but I just like missed the notification that the meeting had started. And then they never messaged me to be like, "Hey, are you coming? What's going on?" They just sat there. So I feel like I was kind of sad.
That's insane. Like the rule is normally like if you're not there 5 minutes after the meeting starts, then you send a message.
Yeah, I mean, what it is it's my boss is like having personal issues and is like all the time. I think that it's just like all of this stuff is getting thrown onto me, like it's all my fault when it's like I'm not even the level person to study. Like I don't understand why it's like okay, if I'm expected to pick up the slack for this person who's having like health issues with their husband, it's like that's fine, but it's like you can't just pretend like I'm supposed to be able to get all this shit done. Like there's so much stuff that I'm waiting on this person for. It's the same person who was in this meeting today. And so I kind of feel like she was like just like wanted to punish me, like so that then she'd have one more thing to point at me instead of the fact that she's gone all the time.
Sounds like to me you work with a bunch of simpletons. And they with dummies stay in there.
It's pretty
And not
inconsiderate.
let you know.
Sorry about that. I thought you would.
Has this been like a situation that's been building up?
I don't know, kinda. I mean, I'm just not very good at this job, so it's like
Okay.
just like little things that just pop up all the time. That's like, where they're like their big thing is they always start with why. Like, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? And I'm always just like, I don't know. I guess I wish I would have, but I don't know what to tell you. I didn't, like.
Can you have an AI check your work?
My work is fine. That's not the problem. Like like I'm a statistician. Okay, like I'm good at doing statistics. What I'm not good at is like managing all of 100,000 tiny details that pop up all the time. And like, it's like just the specs and I'll write out the code and it'll be great. But as soon as it's like, oh well, the variable name in this data set was wrong, and so we need to contact this person, but then you have to contact the lab because they're the ones who have to change it. But then, it's like I just don't think I'm capable of being the like level person on the study. Like I need to worker bee, like just let me be the worker bee. So I'm honestly like, when this study is done, I'm tempted to be like, can you just demote me? Like, can you just make me a lower level person and I can just focus on the programming and I don't have to focus on all this higher level stuff? But then the other part of me is like, I think I'm making a normal amount of mistakes for a human person, and that in a lot of the ways that I'm not doing well, it's because the higher level people above me are not doing a good job at like helping guide me. Like I haven't been doing this for 20 years. I'm not an expert. So anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Me when I want to be led. That's from The Office.
So, if I were your supervisor, and I were coming to you and saying, okay, Liberty, I want to help you game plan a way of organizing these details so that they're not cumbersome, you don't have a problem following up with them. What would you want from me? What would you want me to do?
I think I just I don't know. I mean, I'm relatively organized. I have this really expansive like OneNote where I keep track of everything. But it's just like I don't know. I think part of it is that the hardest thing about my job is that there are a huge number of things that I cannot resolve on my own. Like if a decision has to be made, the sponsor might or the client might have to make the call, right? It's like, okay, it looks this way in the database. We were thinking it was going to look that way. What do you want us to do with it? Okay, now they have to make that call. Or like, um, data management reaches out to me and they're like, hey, we're seeing this issue with the way that the site entered this data. Like, how do you want us to handle it? Like, at the level I'm at, the expectation is that I will coordinate that question being answered, but that I'm not able to answer it. And that is a very difficult position to be in, where it's like, if it were me, I would figure it out. I would figure it out in that moment. I'd be like, okay, let me answer this question if it was me, right? But I can't. All I can do is I can send a message to the senior person on the study and be like, hey, have you looked into this? And then maybe they'll reply to me, maybe they won't. Now it's been 10 business days since I sent that email. I'm not thinking about it because why would I? And then they're like, hey, this thing never got resolved. And I'm like, yeah, because you never told me what the answer was. And then they're like, well, you need to be checking in with people and you need to like ping people if they don't answer your question.
I hate that stuff. Yeah, I've run into that issue too, and it's kind of one of those things where you just have to set reminders, for follow up, especially if certain conversations have certain names attached to it that are just going to go further and just raise other questions. Particularly, is this something where you maybe drop the ball? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I definitely dropped the ball today when I didn't do that meeting, but I also feel like it's insane that they didn't message me and be like, "Hey, where are you?" Um, but I also dropped the ball because there was this person I was supposed to reach out to, and I didn't because in my tracker of whose task it was, I put them down as it's like, oh, it's their task. But I had to still tell them it was their task. And when I filtered my to-do list to tasks that are assigned to me, I didn't see that task anymore. And so I never like that was my bad, right? But it's also like, yeah, that's like a normal thing to do. And the problem is it's like none of this would really matter that much if it wasn't for the fact that this study is going to be over in 2 days. And so it's like all of this shit that we've been like putting on the back burner for this study has been going on for 3.5 years. All of this shit that we've been putting on the back burner, we had to resolve in 2 days. And it's like, okay, is that my fault? I've been bringing these things up for 3.5 years. So, I don't know. I'm probably not gonna get fired, and I just feel like I'm gonna get fired because that's like a common feeling for me. Is like, oh my god, I'm gonna get fired. But I do feel like I'm definitely gonna get a talking to about like, hey, why is this so chaotic right now? Like, why does everything feel like it's not getting done on time? And it's like, well,
Would they give you an assistant?
no. That is the thing that's weird. Is it's like I'm a biostatistician too, and I'm supposed to be like the lead on all of these studies, but there are no biostatistician ones. So it's like, so who am I leading? Like I'm really not leading anyone. I'm just coordinating. So it's like I'm everyone's assistant. But then I'm also expected to do all the actual work. Like I have to do all the actual programming. I have to write all the actual documents. Like it kind of feels like I'm doing everything. So I don't know.
So what? Okay, so it sounds to me like your biggest gap, in like these little detailed things that you're missing is it's a follow up gap.
Yeah.
So what is your when you have a meeting and there are takeaways and you've got to follow up with people, what do you typically do right now? Like, what is your scope right now as far as managing? Okay, it's the question. I need to follow up with these people if I don't get the answer. Like, what for me, something like that was so like after every meeting, if there are takeaway items for anybody, I always send an email recap. And I'm like, okay, the takeaway items from this were this, this, this. I need an answer by X date. And then I just put a reminder on my calendar on that date, follow up on these items. And that way I can review it before I follow up to make sure, like if I've gotten responses, then obviously there is no need to follow up. But like, what's your process?
Yeah, there really isn't a process. I think it's easier when it's people who I meet with every week. Where then I do the like, okay, here are all the open tasks, and then at the next meeting, I'm like, okay, how are we doing on these open tasks from last week? Like that's easier. But when it's people I don't meet with regularly, I don't really have a process. I just like I probably have it written down somewhere that this issue exists, and then I will email them about it and be like, hey, can you help me resolve this issue? But then I don't say when they need to help me by. I don't put a reminder in my calendar to check back in with them. I don't have like a process by which I go back and review all the outstanding items from everything. So I don't really have a good process right now.
You just need to establish yourself a good, a practical, realistic, easy to touch process that kind of works with your ordinary day flow, whether that is, okay, I'm going to recap the fact that I asked you for this in an email and then copy and paste it and stick it in a reminder on it. But do always give them a date. People deal a lot better if it's open ended and you're not really giving them. They kind of take it away and it's really easy for them to forget too. And I think that's part of your frustration is it's like I asked for it. Why can't they just give it to me? Why don't if you give them a date, that puts them under some time guidelines too.
Does your company have certain standards as far as when emails are expected to be responded to? Because my company, it's 72 hours. So if you don't respond to something, what's that?
24 hours.
Okay. So yeah, I mean that's something that maybe to Serendipity's point, build that as a part of your process and taking that into consideration as an expectation. For on their part, and then the other thing too is sometimes maybe picking up the phone and leaving a voicemail on top of that. That's something that we all kind of stray away from. But yeah, if I need an answer from something, I'm going to send an email. But if I don't get a response from somebody, I'm going to pick up the phone, leave a voicemail, and then follow that up with an email.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Especially if you know you're behind the 8 ball, because if it's something very sensitive to where like not getting that response, or it just turns into other things, other sets of eyes.
I can guarantee you're one hell of an employee. I would also get a notebook and start writing down, put the date at the top, write down. Like, who did I speak to today, and who do I need to speak to tomorrow? Yeah, because I can't imagine that you would be awful at anything, Liberty. So
I mean, I
Yeah.
appreciate that, but there are many parts of this job I am good at, but I genuinely think I'm not good at managing large numbers of small details. Like, I'm really good at like the high level, like what needs to get done, but it's like those little tiny, like, this is something that's true in my household as well. Like, Cheyenne always says, I'm such a doer, right? Like, I am such a doer. I'm always doing stuff. I'm always getting shit done, but I'm always doing it 80% of the way. Like, I'll put the dishes away, but I don't put them away in a way that's like really efficient. Or I'll like I'll touch up the grout in the shower, but I won't do like the final wipe. Like, I'm just like, in order for me to get a lot of stuff done, I tend to like not cut corners, but just like do enough where I feel like, all right, this is functionally complete. And that doesn't work very well in this line of work where everything has to be very, very precise.
Can I ask you a question? What does your email inbox look like?
I used to have a zero inbox or whatever, but I have since completely, it's become unsalvageable. So I don't have any unread emails, so that's good. I have all of my emails are read, but I don't use email to organize like unresolved issues.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had to go to. I was running into having 3 and 4 and 500 emails in my inbox at any given time.
Oh my
I could not handle it. So I had to train myself that only the stuff that had to be followed up on a daily basis could stay in my inbox. So when stuff comes in, if I can, it goes in one of 3 places. If it sits in my inbox, that means there's something pending with it, and I have to either respond to it, take care of something, and then acknowledge that it's been taken care of, follow up with something. And my goal obviously is to have a zero inbox by the end of the day. Okay, but it either goes to archive, or it goes to I have an information folder because some emails I have to keep to be able to cross reference, or it's in the goal, like I said, is to get everything on my inbox every single day. And that, of course, oftentimes you can't do that because you're not going to necessarily get follow up the same day. But that's something else that kind of helps me stay on top of like reaching out to people because it's sitting there and I want it out of my inbox. I don't want it sitting there.
Do you use the pins, Serendipity?
No.
So that's what I use as like my action items, the things that I need to come back to. I'll just pin it to the top of my inbox, and then over, I have like inbox like sub files. Whether it's like family communication or things coming in from different parts of the company, like invoices or things that I have to encounter on a daily basis, system emails, automatic reported emails. So that's kind of what I use to be able to organize myself. And then the meat of my inbox is just going through and just sorting and putting them into which file it needs to go to once it's been resolved. And if it's not resolved, then it's pinned. And once the inbox is at 0, then I go back through the list of pin items, and it just remains pinned until it's resolved.
Yeah, I used to use it because Microsoft Outlook came out with this excellent now you can take an email and assign it as a task and like set reminders and stuff for it. But I just got to the point where it was like that was just an extra step for me. If I just let it set in my inbox whenever I got through everything that was incoming, I was gonna go back through those anyway. So I kind of took out some middleman stuff, but their task functionality with their emails is actually really good now.
Yeah, I do that as well. But for me personally, like I need to see it in front of me, and I need to see
Same.
it kind of like in a dashboard. You
Yeah.
know what I mean, like I
Yeah.
can't spread it across the calendar and all this other stuff. I use the calendar functionality for the alerts, but aside from that, I just have it pinned, and it
Yeah.
does not get removed until until it's resolved. And it was one of those things where I had to learn just kind of the company culture, and that's why I asked the question of how long is the expectation of how long you have to respond to emails, and that was how I learned with this company to organize my emails in a way that's congruent to that expectation, so that things just aren't missed.
I want to show.
Is it me or dignity?
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry, can y'all hear me now? No.
yes.
Little.
Coming in, yeah, choppy.
What?
Yeah, it's
Hello.
a little choppy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, I that.
Yep, that's better.
I just said our company's response. Anal what?
Her company's response time to emails.
Oh, I just said anal. Oh my god.
Oh my god. So sorry, I'm related if I'm derailing someone's timing, but there's this spice shop near my house, and I've never bought anything from there because it's like weird inside and everything's super overpriced. And I happen to love the spices that they have at Trader Joe's, so that's where I get spices. But um, anyway, it's a spice shop, and once in a while they have like a libtarded message in the window, just I don't know, for no reason other than they put the door on it. What is it? So wait, with the door on it?
Please don't interrupt him. Grayson, go on.
Sorry. Yeah, okay. Or if you're gonna interrupt me, it better be like gold. That was the T minus. So anyway, yeah, so like right leading up to the election, they had a big sign in the window, and again, they sell spices. Like this is not related to their business in any way. They had a sign in the window that said, "quote This is a very terrible business." Quoted Donald Trump, like, and they were like also the place that 2 years after every other business had gone to. You don't have to wear a mask, and you were still asking people to wear masks. So now they have a new sign with this business like fascism. Period. But anyway, like, let's imagine we were in a fascist society, right? Let's imagine it's like Germany in 1940. Do you think that a spice shop in Berlin could put a sign in the window that says "We're against Hitler"? Or do you think maybe like Hitler's group would like come and shut it down? But here we are, the big sign is so proud, and we're standing up to that. It's so fucking stupid. I also thought that like that hate for for and I think part of this defense attack, I realized that like my state actually like significantly for Trump was the last election. What was that? Was that anybody? I said they could have. They could have done it. Right, that was the part. We don't do it at that.
think everyone else got it.
Celeste, the point that you just made, is that the one with the words in it?
Very good. See, that was good.
Can we all just get along?
The only prerequisites to getting along with either understanding or appreciating the time.
Got Rodney Surrogate's king over here. Can't we all just get along?
No. What's up? It's good to see you. Just finish work. I read and ask lunch.
Pursue, so what?
Oh, I'm talking about this.
Phil did work in a profession where it requires quite down, baby.
The jacket with the pants on goes.
Why not?
Thank you, Chris.
Hey, yeah, how are you? Yeah, if you're free in an hour and 40 minutes, you should play your game with us.
Oh, okay.
It's a fun word game. You'll see it, it's very simple, but you need either a tablet or a laptop. You can't use the same device that you're using outside.
Yes, is it sort of like
It'll be in a different room, but we'll make sure you get the link.
okay. That's great. The brand is crazy. Steady.
John James.
You know, so I've never asked a question. And this time I've been like heavily involved. Like I volunteered for things and then joined some tournaments called where you just like randomly ask like select questions and you answer. I'm like disgusting right now. Disgusting right now. Hold on. I was advocate for like we obviously don't want to tolerate at all. But that's absolutely. But I it's been fun.
Yeah, Gretchen fan, so you know, you're not gonna get me on John James.
Oh my god.
No, I know.
What's wrong with Jocelyn?
Jocelyn Bunsen is a Kitover when we're just outside of her house. Very go for school and they like a stock lunch and she
Well, what does she do?
I mean she's just like essentially she agrees with everything that Gretchen like it's done and I mean you can just agree to disagree but you when there's
Okay. Okay.
very succinct. But Liberty, you're obsessed with like the Supreme Court and protection of democracy and checks and balances. Are you aware, and if not, we should look into this, when the Michigan Supreme Court stripped Gretchen Whitmer of her emergency powers during COVID, which she said that she did not have, and then she continued to use them anyway after the Supreme Court stripped her of those powers and just flouted the court. So it's one of those many examples where, you know, whenever like a right-leaning administration takes action in any ways, it's an existential threat to our democratic system, blah blah blah. But like when a Democrat openly, notoriously does something like that, it's just nary a peep in the public mindset. That's one of many examples, but specifically look that up about what the Supreme Court stripped her of her emergency powers and how she continued them.
Well, you know how it goes. So I was going to criticize it. That's what it is. It's Jackie Lacey. You know, the woman that you guys are talking about. It's just it's horrible.
That has nothing to do with her thing. And that is a very dark.
It does.
Exactly. I don't know. Maybe I would hesitate. You know, like, but I genuinely think that if we had voted someone else, I think state governors that were pretty like rigid before, I think they could do it different. Like I feel like we have a lot of lessons. And I'm not, you know, I don't know. Like at the time, I felt like things getting done that had to be done, you know, whatever. Like, but mostly I'm like a status quo. You know, like I like how things are going in Michigan. I think things are going well. I would just be inclined to vote for any incumbent. Whoever's going to keep things exactly as they are right now is powerful.
That's fine, but you realize, like, as far as status quo goes, you know, people say Donald Trump is a king. He doesn't flout the Supreme Court. He certainly could if he wanted to, because the Supreme Court, being the ultimate check against executive or even congressional power, has no enforcement arm of its own. They don't have troops that, you know, would back the Supreme Court to enforce a ruling where one of the other branches are flouting the ruling. But it's just the status quo that if the Supreme Court rules, that's the final word. Same thing with the state of Michigan. However, she broke the status quo, which is you don't flout the court's ruling, which she simply did by voting wrong.
That is something I'm willing to look into. Being in AI summary, that she maintains that the order should be made in place for 21 days in order to allow her transition. Is that what you're describing, or did she?
Voters that go with that night in her words.
The AI summary is saying what she did was that she maintained that her order should be in place for 21 days in order to allow for a transitionary period after.
No, I don't think that's accurate. I think it was longer than that. And I think the court ruling was supposed to be effective. But that's just like one of many examples of her being not for me. You know, there's an even more famous example. That she did was famous example, but an even more famous example where she told residents in Metro Detroit, you are not allowed to go up to your vacation homes up north in Michigan lest you spread COVID to other parts of the state. So telling people within the state you're not allowed to travel to other parts of the state, when her husband and she were famously caught doing that very thing, like traveling across the state to their vacation home.
I mean, in telling us that if telling Chinese people were allowed to have property, and that all or like I don't know how many people decide to over that not be part like here's the thing, disgusting. And she wants to fix the damn road. Again,
Right. Well, what about do you like Duggan for governor, Ann? My
oh, that's kind
he was the former mayor of Detroit.
I
It's pronounced both ways, I've heard it, but I think I've heard it pronounced. He is just an incredible manager. He cleaned up the city of Detroit, fixed the government, turned the trajectory around for Detroit, where it was losing populations 4 decades straight, into a situation where it's gaining population now. He's absolutely incredible as a manager. He's not politically an ideologue. He was a Democrat, but he left the Democratic Party. So the right leaning people call him a leftist, and the left leaning people call him a Republican. So it's like he's like the perfect, look. Anyway, I'm he's who I'm.
I'm gonna not
What is he running for? Yes. For U.S. Senate or whose seat?
what?
Whose seat is he running for? Well, I wouldn't be slacking.
I'm not sure. I know
Must be Peter.
Yeah.
Must be Peters. I would vote for anyone against Slavin. Well, I don't think she's a. It's gotta be no. It's not.
I mean, a Democrat, I think Liberty, like, that's political, sorry, for as far as like Democrat is, right?
Yeah,
There's not-
Benson is.
Yeah.
But it seems like the lieutenant governor was gonna run, and then and I think Dana Nessel was thinking. But they must have had like a little meeting, 3 of them, then they jobs something done.
Well, and the should have all so you know whatever. You know, maybe it can't help that good. Even John James, I'm really upset with this.
I mean, he's been running for so long. Like, are you
I-
saying that his positions have changed, or?
No, he's just he doesn't like he doesn't not like it's this does nothing. Yeah, he's not like he's like basis like there's some that doesn't give like answers of like what they the problems are like before the drug, but that's the like try stand like here does give you know like that like breast cancer and all like it's like you know that like running wanted for a while haven't gotten it put it this time and it's excited personally had to meet with this time around and I like that's very weird. And I took Yeah, okay. The casinos in downtown Detroit within the last year, between Canada, yes, and Canada, all like the biggest local, they rent the building from the sellers, and they will almost all of online dating. Right. And her
I'm gonna tell you, these little mother truckers that I keep paying for my kids' college, and they won't give me any information. Go truck yourself. That's what I'm saying today.
Yeah. Not you guys. That
concerning that, that we don't own the land to for ourselves. You know, Christian, we don't own the land. That's weird. Like that's dangerous.
What were they gambling or
No, so it's our self-security, our air force base. We don't own the land to China. They bought it up in 2022.
it's very
That's very
So the federal government sold the land in China?
yeah, self-security.
Yeah.
Owned by China.
Well, that would have been during Biden, 22.
No, I think Obama led efforts to sell off assets to try and raise money to this administration. So I wouldn't be surprised if I did this. That's
military bases since they own the land.
I'm not just, I don't know that, I'll dive into it. I'll dive into that to see. Yes. Yeah. I mean,
What did you say last about women not being attracted to what? No, not you, Dan. This person, the anti-juicy. Said something about women not being attracted to men who cook or actually participate in childbearing.
So well, to elaborate, most women suck at picking. You know what I'm saying? So, you want the great bomb, you want some nigga to fucking dick you down and shit, you want the thug.
I really appreciate I appreciate how you just talked over me while I was in the middle of speaking. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead. No, you know what? Please have the conversation with. That's
I respect so first lady if you was
no, I'm going on mute. It's already done time.
8A to not take too much time off.
Hello?
Mods you guys put that picking. I'm not you, right? But the women have to go through that. Unfortunately for them, they were sold a movie. Probably over the weekend, Friday night, they were sold a movie.
Hello?
He got a gangster. He got all this jewelry. Moissanite, not real diamonds, by the way. He made you think that it was a money getting hustling motherfucker, and he had you did, and you ended up pregnant. That's not,
Why will all
and that's what happens. And that's what happens. And you don't know that the nerd could have had a big piece himself, and he's educated, Yo, Ada, do you want to say something? I'll mute up.
Yeah, you're on Siri.
My name is Brian. I'm right across the street from City Hall right now in New York City. I'm a fire and life safety director for 2 properties in New York City. And yeah, I'm not a troll. That's my real point of view. And if you want to cope and call it trolling, then you can cope.
So cool.
Wait, how old are you?
How old are you?
Man, that's the question.
Nah, I don't know you, so I'm not giving out. You know, I already said my name. I already said my fucking friend. I already said where I'm at. You're
I like the logic, man. I like the logic.
yeah, bro. You know. Listen, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not because we know a bunch of high school women. I mean, that we knew in high school that they're beat up right now. Their best years are behind them. It's the same thing Samuel Jackson was saying. Or what is it? Samuel Jackson, right? Am I saying that? Samuels. No, hold on. Kevin Samuels, sorry. What the fuck am I talking about? R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. He was, obviously, I'm not going to agree with everything, but he was on point. The best years of a woman are behind them. And you really got to watch who you give that sexual energy to. Real talk.
You about yourself better, bro. I hope you heal.
No. Check this out. Not bitter. It's just that it's corny. It's funny how those guys. You said what?
The content that you're consuming is not conducive. It doesn't do.
I'm not consuming any content.
You just spoke about that with someone.
Yeah, because I'm highlighting somebody who touched on that briefly. I'm not consuming his content. You know what I'm saying? But at one point during COVID, you know, that was very popular. And it's true because we see it. All the kids that were popular in high school, they're nobody now. Chances are, like maybe 7 out of 10. Let me be nice. They're not hitting on that level no more. You know what I'm saying? Because they focused on the wrong things early, and now they got to be working at Dwayne Reed. No disrespect to anybody who works there. Working at whatever, and they're perpetuating this lifestyle, and then they wonder why they're all fucked up. You know, guys bragging about, oh, I fucked 1,000 bitches, I fucked 100 bitches. Okay.
Total or your experience?
Oh, it's not my experience. Well,
yeah, it is obviously because you don't have any numbers to support it, but that's not true. The guys that I knew who are popular playing football and basketball are still fucking popular and fine right now.
Well, then that's your experience.
What? Sports and can I finish?
You said that's fast.
Anybody who's playing sports or played well, you might be crazy too.
I played baseball. Oh yeah, you're right. I played baseball in high school, and I'm
Oh, see now, look, now you're fine.
That's not but that's not. Lisa, you know what?
Yes,
agree. You know, tweets is on. Tweets is on because I have a beautiful, partner. I have a beautiful woman in my life.
You do.
Who cooks. Y'all know it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, but I feel for the guys and the women. I feel for the women who got played, and I feel for the guys who didn't get a chance. You know, I feel for both of them. Because now they're living their 30s. Right? Imagine spending 10 years, your 20s, and wasting it with a bum. A bum ass nigga that you thought had it all. And you supported and you stood up with it. You probably even put up with domestic violence because you like the sex and y'all had a couple good moments. But when that's all said and done, he's a bum. Like what?
Definition is a bum. I'll give it to you in a minute.
Oh.
It's bum is subjective because I might think you're a bum and you probably not.
That's fine.
My standard might be low and it might be high, right? So
let's all agree. No.
Just
Objectively, if you're in a society and you can't support your family, you can't support your kids, and you don't have any type of means of supporting them, regardless of everything else that you might put in that metric, you are a bum foundationally. That is a foundational bum. Now, if you see me as a bum, that's your opinion, and that is subjective, and that's what? You're right. Okay, so you can call me a bum. That's fine. When we stack up the statistics, like when we look at it side by side, is this guy a bum? Then you might think I'm a bum. Thankfully, I'm not put on this planet to please you. You feel me? Because every fish got everybody got somebody for them. So maybe you're gonna find your Prince Charming if you haven't already.
I have a question for you. Why is someone who is in a relationship, I presume happily, maybe
Very happily,
who has a job, maybe
licensed by the fire department, youngest, I have 2 licenses right now.
In a relationship, has a job, has everything going for them. Why as someone who has all this, are you feeling people who are not doing well in life, and why are you talking about them being in
Because it's just like Bam. Bam talks about people that are less than him. Why? He has things to say, and he has real feelings. And we're human, and we can kill time. Because in my job right now, I'm working on the clock, and guess what? I'm talking to you right now. You know, it's just things in society that piss you off that you see, and we have the right to talk about it. You know,
But like,
hey, Tyson.
if I'm happy with my life, I don't have to.
So why are you here, Ada?
I don't have to shit on other people.
No, I'm not saying I feel for them.
No, that's what I feel. The conversation was about men not participating in child rearing, which they don't.
That was part of it.
It does. No. Men on
Yeah, that was one part of it.
No.
He touched on the first, right? No. He touched on the mom first. No. Then he moved on to the father, correct or not? Right or wrong?
No.
Oh, so what conversation here? You probably it's typical.
No, men on
You want to do romantic?
It's Alright, average. Three and shit, 5 is hey, one at a time.
It's some message. I feel like.
No, I was just trying to point out that men on average do not participate in child rearing the same women do. It doesn't matter if you date a thug or if you date a quote unquote good nerdy man who has a job and pulls his pants
Look at that.
like
Poking fun.
They just don't do it.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, that's your experience.
Men don't like kids.
Sorry, that's your experience, you know?
It's facts.
No, it's not facts. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You can't be everywhere at once, so you can't say it's facts because you're not omnipresent. You're not omnipresent. You're a human being. You're not omnipresent. So cut that bullshit out. To get facts.
It's called
Americans love when the factually. It's objectively true. Like, bro, you don't know that.
It's called conducting research.
You didn't conduct research, Ada.
Yeah, the research.
Stop playing with people's intelligence right now.
Are you kidding me? Do you know how to like go on Google Earth? Would you come?
Ada, just let it go. You're not convincing me. Like I'm not a little fucking kid. You're not gonna sit here and lie to me.
You're not gonna sit here and lie to me. You talk about
your opinion. So say my opinion is, and I back it with this Google. Just say that.
You clearly are a child. You talk about high school. Like, who cares?
Okay, it's all good. Anybody else you want to spar with, or you just want to spar with me today?
Because he wasn't doing shit in high school at all. So, who talks about high school if you're like a real adult? Like, you're clearly like.
It's an example. You guys are dragging it to an example.
No.
I use it as an example. Are you happy now? Can we move the fuck on now, or you still want to try to pick my brain psychologically and try to play these little games?
Okay. That's triggered.
No. She doesn't need your help. She doesn't need your help. Oh, no. You're not gonna help.
You ran away from me. I didn't need help.
You're not gonna help. Trust.
Let's move on. You know that's you would talk.
Yeah.
Singing.
I right, you guys from
Beautiful voice. So
hi. Thank you, Mr. Say, I appreciate you. Tenzin, you came up to talk to someone? Not really.
Fire Spirit Airlines. I hope someone does. It's too late. I thought they're liquidated already.
I don't think anybody is.
I heard.
Well, what did we hear this morning, Serendipity? They're filing Chapter 7.
Okay, yeah, I heard Sean throw in, like the college drive and say if it makes sense, we'll bail them out. Well,
So the chapter 7 is a financial bailout, not a chapter 11 where you basically go under. Right.
They're looking. We've got government money. That's what they're doing, and it's not going to work.
It's a reorganization.
Yeah, but
Reorganization.
So they're still in.
They're not doing that, but they're reorganizing until they get their shit together.
Right, so the airline
Y'all
business, I used to trade a lot.
only doing these things. Selling
I'm down the air side.
and they women doing what women do after the fact, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's just like me going to get a puppy, knowing that it's
Getting it shut down for pennies on the dollar, even better.
And only in their acting can they have this experience. No, we want that ground floor to be as familiar as your own.
I looked up the other day, and someone was telling me that they used to fly Spirit's version of first class because it was a relatively low budget upgrade that made the experience a lot better. And it wasn't really a separated area like first class on other airlines, or you didn't get, fancy meals or anything, but you did get a double wide seat and much more legroom, and you got to board first and take luggage for free. And the reason that they even had those seats in the first place was they bought this fleet of airplanes, and they determined that it would actually be cheaper to just create that as an option on all their flights as an upgradable option versus ripping out the seats and putting in standard rows like they had everywhere else. So it was kind of innovative in that way.
I'm going to tell you, people that have to buy, and it's going to sound really rude of me, and you guys know I'm a very kind person, but if you have to buy a double seat, you have the money to fly a different airline.
No, it's not the case because, I mean, sure, maybe you do, but who likes to just spend their money on the flight rather than the trip? But it's even with that upgrade, it's still often significantly less than any other airline.
I mean, I like the model. I think, airline travel was a monopoly for a while. I like the Uber, hotels.com. They have been innovative
Hello?
in terms of reducing costs. I'm sure that, the profit margin was ridiculous for a long time. And then this happens, and it's a commodity. Get me to, get me from A to B.
Hello, get me the president.
The least amount of cost. But you have to remember, like, people used to really enjoy the flight process. Now the experience is more like okay, well, that sucks too.
That is generations ago, and that's a different discussion. But when was air travel a monopoly?
It was before deregulation.
Albert made the point. I would like to hear him defend that.
Yeah, there you go.
You're visible and sensible, the fullness of this but a frozen spark turning about thee with egg.
And the government told them for how much they can charge per ticket. They had a limit.
And how many competitors were there in the marketplace, and what was the greatest market share that one of them?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. I my head I invoke. By my body I invoke thee. United States I'm a lad and I'm folksy. I'm folk. Sign for by the song I invoke. I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father. Mother, my father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The red of reverse the sun. Invoke thee. Of double power in the strike the master flaming sword. Try and conquer my hand is thy sword of revenge. Sought the seas. Mine is the head. I'm inside this demon as the hawks by my head. I the diamonds are white and pure. By the sunny and gold. Sign given up. Lord. By the white soaked with gold. Just like you fight at a time. By the sign in both. And by my fingers travel on the proper. I got double power in the I'm in the adaptive mind of sight is keen at the arms. I'm where I am walking. Attention at the name of the old 16 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage. 69 England offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 17 to its members, congratulations! This is professions, finding a great collaboration and securing the clients of customers. Secondly, the secrecy of the order provides ignorance within the inviolable shroud of concealment. Crime of slander, which causes of enforcing human misery, is made extremely dangerous. It's not impossible. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of gay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold. And by the finger invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee, thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of noble power in the voice of the master Abraham Abra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike, master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, horse and child. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, voice of the five, voice of the 6. 11 of the voices, Abraham Abra. Strike, strike the master call. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord, for us, Avenger. Down the head of God, the iron sword. The only begotten child of Cyrus thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb's light from the terror of the water. Sacred is the flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron sword. Those glances of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Seconds of death, worms dust, thou the journey find head, and the crocodile of Nile so face the Lord. Many stalking feet in the voice of the night. Deep carry the eyes. Presence. It's the darkness of the moonlight. The unfathomable glory of the almighty Father, the unfathomable, the unfathomable immensity of space. Our placenta started the universe in one darkling sphere of fire. Strike the master chord. Roll the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering lord. Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk,
At every beat I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of a pause.
thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that her womb, flowing from the temple of the waters. Is a flashing white, whiter than hell. Dominated thy father, and they fight thy God. Garments of golden glory, your bars of sky. Just avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon. Who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Who didst raise thine head, and we broke thine was raised before me. Comes menacing the universe with night and the impermeable blue. Jealous in the boat on the ground, the hell of the undead boat down. There is one of double power. About whose presence is dead, the darkness of light, the unfathomable glory of the outmost speaker, the untraveled, the incomprehensible of space. How comes every soul of authority hers in one doubling sphere of fire? Who bears the wounds and lost my back?
first. Yeah, we always use.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron claw. Child of my father and mother.
Because they found you represent me.
By my body I invoke thee.
You know, the George Noble, the next one, and the video was in this case, I see if the family episodes. You can't hold the bill of free that you read for the sword Victoria Bay stress so close. Having been 5 years of union years, he said to her such as a good friend that worked out by union heading on it. The biggest thanks to no violation, but it's clear you and accepted to the violation of the Constitution powers undeserved, so every country in the country. As concerned, it's hard to send other type news about to fuck later. But when you see on the illegal, they're going to opponents of the information think that we're talking about person. That's a good thing to turn.
I invoke. By the side of
The enter the guard, but the kind of realize its limitations and choose to find what the the sound is first and foremost student employees will see and enter with sense to the pastor. Having his salaries of union with before they also essentially prepared when they work with, by union hold and management, and will be displaced for regular reason that they include union law and the soil, agreement and violations as to the constitution, bylaws and reserves, so into everything to remember the country. And she's in the work harder, just don't need to tap much of what responsibility. Having seen NCAA evil representative, Chairman President Convention responsible, something, question, right to court opinion opinions. If you like to file a civil action in Title VII, and you do not have a canal for a service, you may request a court attorney. Please be appropriate.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father.
Fucking such a joke.
My mother.
Such a joke. You see this all want to join because of the public info.
Body I invoke thee. Oh. Invoke thee. Of dark power in the voice. Strike the master. Flaming sword. My hand is thy sword of grief. of the seas. I'm inside this Nina, the horse on my head. I am the only God in China. Father is dead, my mother for me will pray. About the diamonds are red, white and pure, by the brightness I am born. Right, I'm oh Lord, by the I'm not white, soaked with gold, the flashing light that's aware of my sign of this time, by the sign in both you. My talent and my my fingers travel on the upper. My fingers stay in both feet. I power in the voice. Mine is the adopted sight is keen as the horse. On my head I am the I am the child of my father is dead. My mother is dead. will be. I love my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with your my body. I live for thee. My arms are friends, white and blue. I hereby the signs of the blues. And every spell and scourge of God, the fast one, my peace. Mine is the head of the bear the rose and cross of life. Six. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Given the sign at each remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, and willing me to scarce I bear the rose and cross of light and light. During the sign, as each and every one remaining in the sign, being forgiven concludes. Therefore, come about swords and light. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I've been. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking if all take this breath fucking long. Don't run from this feeling. One more second, you can't stop. Stop. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Hello, NT. I'm requesting senior NTEU on the bench. Systems and response. I wanted to start source connecting to say we go. And apparently, yes, the court case. I think for you, on the site. The basement from the building to the stone, the flag was saying, I really look for around for the first 4 years, but as it's fun to say, it's best for me is working for the year and the paper and the bill is still the only deal and I'm paper to understand the what the shares and both and the sales of money. And bill was one of the worst rules and such a federations I've ever had to secure your broken with. And it's one of the rules transferring to sort of work it's on the previous to you and it's agreeing with. Why don't I see the rules at the door over you know the poor door and to make it for six from the clothes and for years and the door
Second, we were watching street places. Eighth, something about playing a version of endurance. Somebody asking for 20 years to represent me with your campaign because Brandon. Please do not overlap perfect and decent behavior and add good and unique character by justice and as an invitation to an even number. It's going to get into the last thing where there's no historic, so don't know what you can take and come and see and see really different. That's the word.
Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take me
Occurred and very impersonated. And some of the first who spoke their head and intimidated the fire reversing and ministry of the bill prevention. Because I really have and tell the elephant to entry to get the government and from the hand and go further. We don't oblige filter and teaching the parents and door. The meeting called forward our blessed and presentation to the new member. The response to greatly appreciated. With our most regular benefits and public original codes and public see entry relative to plans.
wisdom of God, yours alone.
Good afternoon, Judge Level. I do not feel I have legally of institution of 90 years of plan to represent me. I will file a formal complaint with Senate NCDC and update East response.
Fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke into. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath.
Let's go.
Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God.
NCE is in main cherry. Administration is similar. NCE and action. Assistance and all funds. Only 100% service connected to say the veteran of the planet be support those. NCE really and the shade and aggressively do responsibility. Expand the representative regulation. And we need these phone numbers for the past 5 years of IRS and NCE. Here's from every source. That's the unrated. I just don't want to see that in the first one job. It's still about every door and until the church. So I'm not telling them to you. If they're a workers organization and it's 7 minutes. Eight brewers and work leader and it's toxic show with one ratings like the witness. And from the noise tank that so well to some of you hate seeing it. Stupid union numbers. On TV to the roll early. Early seeing the poor answers to make it close, because that's the answer that intimidated, tell you, like, when Wilson was in statements. Can you really end 3 times a month? So he doesn't know what might do. Now, how would I say for NCU represent me, but telling me the good government? Please do not report character, deeper behavior, and door, leading for a door of basic, and some cases of being over. People stop your input first. Because as they know that, understood, the point of representation coming soon NCU, we put the phone. That's the way. Ooh, spirit. Ooh, spirit.
Stay near if I break. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love, wisdom of God. Now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours.
Good afternoon, Judge Leibel. I do not currently have legal representation as NTU has declined to represent me. I'll be filing a formal complaint with senior NTU leadership in DC and will update you with a response as soon as possible. Having paid 5 years of union dues to be sexually harassed and physically threatened in the workplace by union-hated managers, and be dismissed with no valid reason by the NTU union manual is unacceptable to me and a violation of the NTU Constitution, bylaws, and very upsetting every NTU member practice. I'm seeking the word trial. He sent me the attention of this of its responsibilities. Pending a senior NTU legal opinion and chairman presidential determination response by email phone and
Was carrying hurt like a name I couldn't drop.
That's good afternoon, Judge Leibel on her court.
Or stop thinking and your bras. Take the deepest breath of the day. Off for 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
I'm asking for NTU to represent me at the coming hearing with Judge Leibel. Please don't let the lack of character, abusive behavior of Adam Bill and to make the category of justice and justification for a union member. Your response is greatly appreciated. As I ask Judge Leibel and her court to appoint a representation pending senior NTU.
Joy of
I
heart.
want NTU to lean and tear.
With my hands still shaking, I was carrying.
I requested senior NTU and advance on systems and the 100% service connected with the current PBSC court case and actually is legal and decided is neglecting her duties and responsibilities, is failing to work against celebrating and removing things but
Deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, 9, stay.
that's a matter of I'm humbly asking for NTU to represent me at the upcoming hearing with Judge Leibel. Please do not let the lack of character and abusive behavior of Adam Darrell to move your go without justice and representation to the union members. Always find the representation of that's Judge Leibel is not here today for the representation from the senior NTU leadership response. It was being Judge Leibel. When I found the legal representation, NTU is trying to represent me. So I thought compared to senior NTU leadership in DC and NTU with response to Boston. Having paid 5 years of union dues to be sexually harassed and physically threatened in the workplace, or union-hated managers will be dismissed with no valid reason to leave for the union. Acceptable to me, the violation of NTU Constitution, bylaws, and be very upsetting. Everyone will remember my country. See soon, Charter. Test notes and race and responsibilities.
From the same entity, we will resign them. Defending presidential termination in response to email from any question. Holy shit. Oh, NCEU. First, the assume NCEU organization assistance and response. The one some things that so the equipment leadership because NCEU leader and summit is conflicting his duties and responsibilities and is failing to represent a hard working and union dues family member for the past 5 years at LRS and NCEU. Response and oversight is therefore unneeded. The victim from NCEU, the first day on the job, was told by Adam Barrett, a territory chief, to not join NCEU. They're a worthless organization, stated one. And we was one of the worst leaders, was toxic coworkers I've ever had discussed with recently. Informing numerous times during facility workers how much he hates the union, stupid union members. And NCEU leadership was well aware of this. It was extremely borderline personality. To make it clear, he sexually harassed and intimidated, retaliated against them, and used some of those regulations. Thing with absence due to toxic working hour is transferring back to Atlanta away from Alberta. I'm humbly asking for NCU to represent me at the upcoming hearing at this level. Please do not let the life, character, and abusive behavior of Adam Barrett take place zero justice and representation that you remember. Your response is greatly appreciated. So I've asked Judge Medal and her court to appoint a reservation pending senior NCU leadership response. Second Lieutenant Kitover, one who's that service connected, disabled with 4 hours closer to specials FMSS. Yes, ma'am. Please forward the Dorian Terry if I have her emails incorrect. Hello, I'm Team Dorian Terry. I'm a person student and to get interventions. This was my response. The one who thinks serious character is a veteran of a current EXO tour case, and to the user, and so it is the ultimate duties and responsibility, and is willing to represent a hard working, community staying member for the past 7 years. I was at the work. The new reference, essentially, however, the original of the him is labeled. He's not with that character, decent behavior, found bail, to move for a door like assistant, and supporting the union member. There was from a great education. Yes, isn't it? I heard for it to come over the face from trying to the well, actually, for actually ready to go, what kind of hearing? It's fine. Where's this court?
If not, I'm doing it percent. AI black style. He's validated to place a line. It's not where's the penis? I should be able to call witnesses if I have to do this pretty soon. The county should be able to call witnesses and subpoena their own further. I have to do this pretty soon. I should be able to call witnesses and subpoena their own focus. I have to do this pretty soon. I get Congress to understand the things and bring it to
I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your hair. Saw the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you say. If I let go, come in. If I let go, you get me. Now it's your I start asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. Once more smile, clean on me. Turns the whole world around. Tell that the broken sidewalk. Right in the road, she stands. If
Okay. Tanika used to tell Michelle it was her white privilege. Tanika stop. Tell me, tell me, say white privilege. Okay. I think what the fuck what this is between the fair on side of our do this for play. People okay calling it you know, it's so disability process. Tell Michelle. Here's the white thing. Oh, had a girl. A girl who lasted 2 months in the Chicago office was on the phone with the coworker. Yeah, girl. Is he racist? White trash motherfucker. A girl who lasted 2 months in the Chicago office is running fun. And Robert Cole was like Anna Berry, the racist white trash mother.
But forever I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clear moment turns in the silence, in the dark.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, iron gold.
Who was that? Some girl.
Father is dead. By my body I invoke thee.
And another girl like this.
By their brightness I invoke thee.
Still work from that. Some girl who got hired at the same time as me, she came from Social Security admin, and I quickly left FMSS after doing with Adam. And my other girl who moved to FMSS and a different territory, both work from us. And and the Air Force guy also moved to IC. Have a month to get away from man. And the Air Force guy also moved to ICF from us to get away from them. I'm going to hire the same time as the most expensive for almost 50 aircrafts and I think that the building was. I'm not going to make the estimation on a different character, both of females. If there's where else made that system, but it, you know. If there's was 2 months of the trailer, this is in the form of coalition, and there's a racist white trash motherfucker. One day.
It is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks by my bed I invoke me. I am the only begotten child of my
Hey, NTE doing to urgent request for union members. To secure NTE intervention, assistance and respect. Yeah, now you put service connected to civil violence. Depending on your support case at NTE legal in the Senate, some people who believe in responsibilities, standing up to represent a hardworking and union just paying men for the past 5 years for IS material. Response and oversight is desperately needed. I reckon from them to you that I'm a faithful and job. I was told that I'm there and I'll treat territory streets open myself for not training to it. So I work with the organization, serving money. And there's no worse rule, no toxic characters like all have a display of working with. Inform me numerous times there's a 30 walk through something she hates the union. Stupid union members. I don't know, after you reach it as well, I was extremely important, borderline personality, and Tamika Clark, sexual harassed and intimidated retaliated against the unison of them both coordination. Saying we have some Jew factors, and it's currently based on the bill. I'm now asking for MTU to represent the Republican Hand and Jimmy Garbo. He went right the right of character and abusive behavior. Adam Bill and Tamika go on justice and just made a union member. Here's not the daily appreciation as I was Judge Level and her clerk to appoint a representation pending senior entity leadership performance. And it is.
The one of double power in the face. Look thee. Strive the flaming sun. Child conquer. My hand is thy sword of grief. Voice of the seas. Mine is the I'm inside this peanut, the hawks on my head. I am the got to time the diamonds are ready, white and pure, by the bright and sunny and bold. Right on the reverse, the sign of step over. By the of white, soaked with gold, the flash of white, where some time on by the sign being both. So I don't know right hand and I'm my fingers travel on the upper I stay above the beat. Power in the voice. Mine is the adaptive mind, sight is keen as the hawks. On my head I invoke thee. Child of not you are. And the brightness I invoke thee. Oh, oh Lord.
Oh.
And every spell and scourge of God, the fast one my beat.
Sure, it would be a great witness.
Mine is the head of the. I bear the rose and cross of life.
Dustin also would read it. Dustin would like to read it. And
I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, Spirit, I bear the rose and cross of light and light, giving the sign as each and every remaining in the sign. Information concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Deepest breath of them all. Oh, don't face feeling. One more second, you can't stop reach out to them tomorrow and I saw the whole bag. Go ahead like this. If I can only get okay. The judge might agree. And he says I have no case. If I can only get at him and trash out. The judge might agree. On the dust of who I am. Everyone gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking it's love. Take the deepest breath of them all. Oh, don't run from the feet. Said you can't stop me. Stay there if I break, pull me through, teach me to release what I cannot hold with you. Bring your holy God. Please don't.
Yes. Well, like, unemployment security sent you a letter saying if I want the money, I have to sue them and send it through. Freaking, it's a conference time. It's a conference call. She was a child. It's so court. Two years of filing unemployment every 2 weeks and 3 appeals and trials. It's a conference call. She's a coward.
Soft but stronger than I knew. I fear turning gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, wisdom of God. Your touch is a spirit on the dust of who I was. Everyone gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need
It first shows received and I screen grab, but we have to call into the stuff to receive the bill. Are you calling someone? I was waiting on them. I was waiting on them. My mistake. My mistake. Fucking joke. I was waiting on them. My mistake. It's kind of fun. My peer place is 30-day cutoff.
now it's your
Okay. Okay, boom. Would have been nice. Would have been nice. 600 a week. 600 a week. Would have been nice. 600 a week.
What I cannot hold with you.
I had to ask you. Go that singing.
Now it's joy.
It's actually receiving a spring girl. It's just the kind of stress it's just here. I'm like sitting up there and then it's there. Sam.
Now it's gone. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me in the quiet, still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your brows. Take the deepest breath of the day. Just for 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy of heart and light. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
Best.
Ladies. It's not crime or a violation of the law. It's a mental health issue.
Guns are a health crisis. Hypnosis of a clown with no ethics or virtues. Fraud, scams, lies, propaganda. Chicago gets
Lady
It's not crime or violation of the law. It's a mental health issue. Guns are a health crisis. Hypnosis of a clown with no ethics or virtues. Fraud, scams, lies, propaganda. Chicago votes jail.
We are through. We are. Lady
20,000 a week, but like 600 a week. Would have been nice. So good to me. I'm so shit to see program, but phone and stuff seems to be good. So much. This is senior SU intervention assistance and it's like a 100% service director was very living. Coming in the productivity to include the underserved of the wisdom, duties, and responsibilities and strength for having meeting these bring members for the past 30 years in the area for the 3 years. Their responsible oversight is therefore ignored. Otherwise, it's an empty on the first day of the grant. It's still the added bill to not join us here. That they are worthless organization on the sacred money. Other buildings and universities of toxic flavors that never had the displeasure of working on. From the numerous times in facility workers on the Phoenix, stupid men and things. You know, NTA leadership is well worked and still report and border performance to make it quite essential harassment and intimidating, retaliating against it in unison with other bills per doctor. Taking away loans, do tax is transferring back to them whenever. I'm humble asking for NTA to represent me at the home and Judge Libel. Please don't overlap failure and abusive behavior of other buildings to make federal justice and representation of a union member. Their response is greatly appreciated and the massive voted unencouraged for the currently representation coming soon unto the leadership response.
Wait. Ladies. Lady.
I read the rain in a teacup. I read the wind in your head. Saw the broken sidewalk. Got in the grocery stand. Psychology in the pattern. Loving the way you say you finally let go. Coming back clear. Finally let go. You getting it. Now it's your I start asking for forever. I start listening for the sign. One small smile, one clean moment turns the whole world right. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is here. By my body I invoke thee. By brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke. By the sign I invoke. Sign for by the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Suffering has torn and flawed. The rain the sun on invoke thee. Of double power in the voice. Like the master cloak, the flaming sword, child and conquering lord. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Soft the seas. Mine is the head of my I'm inside this keen as the hawks by my head. I am got to I love my father and mother. Father is dead. My mother. Shine the diamonds are ready and white and pure. By the brightness I invoke. Right the sign given of love and sin, oh Lord. By the invoke. White soaked with gold. My hands are wear by my robe. I invoke. by the sign invoke you. My fingers travel on the birds run. I invoke thee. I in the voice of dark waves of music in the sky. I lost the board. Mine is the adaptive man of my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father in heaven. My mother in favor of me. I invoke thee. Like the pure, by the brightness I invoke thee. What is this? Oh, oh no. I don't know. Nothing your mind, my mind, I am somebody for I decided for me. My fingers travel from my afterbeat, thy daughter of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that you Spring is the head of the month. My insight is keen as the ox. My head, I am known to be boxing fight my father and mother. My father, I'm born in here and shine the diamond of red and white and blue like a bright star. The red diamond is oh Lord, the white soul. And my sight is keen as the ox. I'm for thee. Like my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me, who is living by my body. I live. I am of radiance, white and pure. I never the size. And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my peace. is the head of the I bear the rose and cross of life and six. I bear the rose and rust of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore, I say unto thee, I bear the rose and cross of light and light, giving the sign as each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke into. Now I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of your lungs. Hold it. Don't run from this feeling. One more second. You can't stop me. Stop. Your touch is a steady on the dust of who I am. Every word gets named, fades in. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one break, and words can't let stop thinking. It's so take the deepest breath and know. Oh, don't from the fear. You can't stop. Falling through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Take your heart. It's a nice, favorite hold right here. Understand. Keep it moving, dude. Wisdom of God, the eyes of You came like a stone in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, start thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold you close, don't run from the feeling. A second you can't stop believing. Now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love, wisdom of God. My heart is open, wisdom of God. Eyes of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every moon gets named, then it fades in my heart. I don't need 1,000 songs to name. Just one deep breath, one brave step, and let's tell me stop thinking. Take a deep breath. Stop from your feelings. You can't stop. Now it's going for my stay near if I can. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. Tell now it's joy, wisdom of God. Now it's love, wisdom of God. Now it's joy.
Okay, Terry. You don't bring up any past When he claims we need to subvention, and I need to find, I'm not, and everyone's asking for the link. So if you find the link, I'll read it out loud. How's that? Big word real loud.
What is the claim? I bet Iran Iran denied firing the missiles or the drones at the UAE. Then they didn't know anything about it. Then they came out 5 hours later. They confirmed that they did it. I guess.
And they did it because the UAE withdrew from OPEC.
No.
You had a state media on television said that it was, yeah, that's not official.
I'm close to come to become that's cool. Cool shops in America and everyone's work. Chicago. This is what I refer to as our ceremonial. That's an instruments here. These two guitars, Lollapalooza, Billie Eilish, she's on that one. Things on it. So in my father's church, I actually grew up playing the drums. So it's like you have to be consistent or have to be steady. I know you have a lot of speaking engagements. How do you memorize?
This is, I went and looked it up. What did they say? So, who cares whose link it is? So this is from the Middle East. Or I can go Times of Israel. But which one would you guys like?
Well, Amir prefers Times of Israel.
Go back.
I'm kidding. I don't care. I'm just giving you a difficult time.
Yeah, just whatever was the fair, but it's the same, like everybody's reporting the same thing of what they said. So what they said was Iran denies plan to target UAE, blames US for adventurism. Iranian state media says that there was no planned attack of oil facilities at Fujairah port. In the United Arab Emirates, citing military official, the official said the incident was not premeditated. They didn't say they weren't, that they denied it, but they said it wasn't premeditated and attributed to the U.S. actions in the Strait of Hormuz. They described it as a result of the U.S. military's adventurism to create passage for illegal ship transit through the waterway.
So do you see the difference? Do you see the big difference? What's that? So we were not intending to, planning to, however, we had just
Exactly. I mean,
Hey, Mango, thank you very much. So, do you guys remember yesterday when Iran warned the United Arab Emirates? Hold on. Listen to the dial. So yesterday, they told the United Arab Emirates to move all of ships away from ports to Dubai. So it was premeditated as far as like what their actual target would be. That's an acknowledgement. I said at the beginning, they denied it. Then they took credit for it. So just relax. Relax. The denial was no. Denial was premeditation.
You're fucking good.
Hey, quiet. He just read it to you. There was no.
now we are.
The official statement says that the first, hey, can you wait until I'm done? Can you wait?
You bring your source.
Name information.
You read it wrong.
Get my information and you gotta do it. Be quiet where you're not helping. I'm pointing out. Just relax. Look, listen to what you just read. The first, hold on. You gotta relax. Listen to what you just read. The person's claim is this was our attack, but it wasn't premeditated. That means they didn't plan. Hold on, ladies. My claim was just be quiet as I'm back. So Ace doesn't have to be and then they acknowledged it. That was the claim. Hold on. The denial is no premeditation. When yesterday, after Donald Trump announced the project, so yesterday there was an announcement of Project Freedom, right? And when Project Freedom came out, they came out and warned the United Arab Emirates. They said, move all your ships to Dubai. Do you agree with that? Yes or no, Ace? We talked about that yesterday. Do you remember this? All right, so yesterday, Donald Trump announced Project Freedom. In response to that, the RGC said to the United Arab Emirates, take all of your ships out of your ports and move them to Dubai because of the announcement from Donald Trump, right? Then Donald Trump moved in today, and then these guys hit the United Arab Emirates, and they said, we never planned it.
This guy talks
Over. Torture's over.
Listen, every time this guy talks, I think of the Arabic saying, "Yarit al-Farid mahid." Like, I wish you shit and you didn't fucking open your mouth.
Oh my gosh, the guy just. So we know that the official statement. So the official statement from them is they didn't implement it, but we know they didn't.
Okay. So, how come? Hey, real quick, how come every time? Whenever you're debating somebody, whether it be in this room or chilling, I always hear you ask, people for the sources, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like you want to bring out any credible sources.
Right. Amir and I and everybody in the room yesterday when Donald Trump announced Project Freedom, we had this discussion of what Donald Trump was attempting to do. Just wait. You have to hear the point first to say something we can do. You have to hear the point. Okay, here. So then, Iran yesterday came out with an official statement in response and told the United Arab Emirates, move out of your boats because if he moves, we're going to hit you. Okay? Today, they came out and said, we never premeditated.
Right? They said if you don't move those boats, your boats are going to be hit, right?
No. Oh my gosh, this is so stupid. The United Arab Emirates. They were saying if Trump moves, we move.
Well, you heard it.
And that's what happened.
For a second, but that also.
And that's what happened.
Hold on. True that you're in.
Tell me, bro. You can't get as good as me, bro. You can't get as good as me, bro.
Are we speaking?
Have a nice day.
Stop. Samoa. Don't do wrong here. Okay, hold on for a second. So basically, it actually holds true. The fact is, Trump does this, you don't do this, this may happen. It wasn't like premeditation. It was based upon on an action that they were not thinking would happen on the American side. It still see we were.
Oh, you know, if I tell you that I'm gonna
That was a hey, hold on for a second. The way in which Trump behaved.
think about what you just said.
Hold on. The way in which Trump behaved. Wait a minute.
Hey, hey, you're not going to be a lawyer? Listen, lawyers. No, you're not.
What does me having to be a lawyer have to do with you being wrong?
Because we understand what's in the red. We understand like what the actual protocol of evidence is. You gotta premeditation. Hold on. Premeditation means priorly planned, right?
Do with crime, the law.
No, that has to do. Premeditation means to plan beforehand.
Yes, I understand this shit.
Okay. Premeditation is planned beforehand. If they announced it yesterday, is that beforehand? Without doubt, that is. They denied it, and then they owned up to it. That the official statement was it was not premeditated. That's what the guy said, right? That's what Iran said.
You said the Iranians said, "Oh wait, we will investigate those drones." That's what you said. That's a horror. That's what you said. But that's not what Trump said.
I said that's exactly what you said. That's what you said. That they would investigate. That's what you said. I said the state media. That's not an official statement. The state media first came out. They said, "Hey, there were certain attacks that happened here. We're still investigating." Okay, give us our official statement. The one that she just read was it was us, but it wasn't premeditated. That's the irony. No, we heard it. We heard it. I mean, we heard it. So we understand. We understand. You said, yeah.
The guy responsible for all of us. That's all. There's something.
Died and it was premeditated.
Give him a sticker and we'll stick it to you feel good about that. Thank you for
died and it was premeditated.
This guy, I don't understand. Are you too dumb to know you're dumb?
Quite a break. That's a brush.
It's basic reading comprehension.
Yeah, which you don't have, obviously. Apart from that was a denial.
Okay, saying state media said, did that article say same thing about state media?
Nothing. It just said this is what they said is that this wasn't premeditated, but was done in retaliation to what the U.S. was doing.
The U.S. was accusing Iran of premeditating, and Iran is saying no, that we're not premeditated. This was not premeditation. This is in response to. It was the U.S.'s way of getting to say no, we're not responsible for what happened in UAE. Like that's there's no cause and effect here. And Iran saying yes, there is. This is directly connected to you trying to get into this.
This guy's an idiot. Iran said yesterday, "Move, you're going to attack you."
Logic and
if Iran said we're going to attack the United Arab Emirates if Donald Trump violates the Strait of Hormuz, and then the next day they attack the United Arab Emirates, how was that not previously planned the day before?
They're saying that they are responding to what the U.S. is doing. You had this plan before. That's what is going on here.
America never said that. I'm saying
you could just pick up and see the events, the actual events.
Everybody's saying it was premeditated because they preemptively launched the threat.
America was sent their warships in the straits
yesterday. They didn't send any. The attack was now. Okay, look. Donald Trump announced yesterday no ships moved, right? Then they said, if you move, we are going to attack you, United Arab Emirates.
Then the next day, Donald Trump moved. And then they attacked the United Arab Emirates. That's not premeditation. It would be premeditation if Iran said it before America or had this plan before America. No, guys. Premeditation means I have a plan before I take action. So, shut up, bro. Premeditation means it's planned before the action takes place. So if I tell you, Edward, tomorrow, if you do anything, I am going to, I don't know, like throw eggs at your house, okay? And I throw eggs at your house the next day. I can get charged for premeditated egg throwing. So, only if well, it's not premeditation. It's not premeditation because I don't even know the word, by the way. Meditation sounds like premeditation. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay. So it's not because they are responding to what the U.S. said that they're going to do. They're saying we'll do this if you do this. It wasn't that they had this plan before the U.S. Said what they were going to do. That's what the U.S. was trying to. Edward, I heard what you said. Premeditation means that the plan that's going to go off if Donald Trump moves was planned before it went off. So, for example, like I said, throw eggs at your house. Okay, that is the actual plan. Okay, actually, wait, hold on. Is me acting on a okay? So wait, Samoa. Easy question here. Was Iran going to attack the UAE regardless of the United States going into that? It is actually the main point. Not that it's not relevant, but it is actually the most relevant point here. Is were they planning to attack? Because that's what you're trying to say. Gosh, bro. So were they planning to attack? Edward, move in. Edward, we're not talking about justification, okay? We're talking about a plan that was thought out before executing something. Okay, so the justification of why they did it or why they didn't do it, whatever, is irrelevant. Okay, like for example, premeditation in murder means that I planned everything to lead to your murder. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm justified in planning or that I'm murdering because whatever. It's just the plan before the action. Come on, bro. You guys are way too old to be this stupid, bro. What the hell's wrong with you? Look it up. What is premeditation? A plan beforehand. The definition. Plan before action. Not why the action happened.
So what do you want to say some more about this? What do you mean? Say something.
Maybe he's finally adjusting his little.
What happened? Yeah. Was there a question?
So what do you mean by all of this? What do you want to take?
No, I was pointing out that it on X and on Threads saying that the United Arab Emirates and the GCC countries might on offensive strike, and America and Israel takes a supportive role, and that's his off ramp. While Iran is supposedly weak, the GCC countries come in and decapitate the rest of them.
Okay, as you say, let's see what's happening.
Okay, I just checked. GPT agrees with me because there is a triggering event here, so it's not premeditated. The triggering event was the U.S. announcing that they are going to go into the Straits of Hormuz. That was a triggering event, and Iran said, "If you do this, then we will do this." So it was a retaliatory. Oh, that's right. So logically, yeah, premeditated means I planned it before. No. So GPT says, and I explained the whole thing. GPT says that no, it's not premeditated because there is a triggering event that was announced. So because it's not premeditated. Edward, the target list was pre-planned. Oh, okay. Show us. You have an article saying this? The threat yesterday was, we're going to bomb this. No. You went back to that. I said. All right, but We premeditate beforehand.
Edward, there is some truth to the Iranians threatening to hit the GCC countries.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this particular situation hitting the UAE, the Fajita ports. We're not talking about just the big data there, but yesterday. They said if America goes through with trying to get into the Straits, we will attack the UAE. There you go. That is not premeditated. Premeditated are the targets that they picked. No, it's not. It would be premeditated if they said beforehand, or they. I'm sorry. So if Iran was going to attack the UAE, regardless of what the U.S. Did or didn't do, then you would have an argument for. That has nothing to do with premeditation. That has to do with there was no plan. The plan came about because the U.S. said we are going to do this. We're going to do X, and then Iran said, does anybody believe that when Iran said we will respond, that their generals haven't listed the targets that they're going to respond to? Basically, lost. Oh my God, bro! Yeah. It's nothing. Yes, it was going to happen, and he did it. Yeah, and Ron said this is what's going to happen. But Trump is trying to make it seem like no, this was premeditated. This was already in the works beforehand. Like this was not because of the U.S. going into the States. That's why the U.S. is positioning it this way. Iran completely denied. They said it was not premeditated, and it was a response, a direct response.
Yeah, well, smart people can realize that. Like the stupid maggot can't.
All right, moving on to another conversation for you guys ends up beating the damn dead horse. What else can we talk about?
Oh, we had Matluba, we had Mujadaba. Talked about spice a little bit.
Figure out like if Trump's with his freedom plan, was there a premium to it? Was there a cost to this freedom plan? Well, we talked about that yesterday. Nobody's thought. Anything for this? That's what I'm thinking. There was some kind of premium on this escorting.
He would have. I mean, the big question is if he charged it, how is he giving the money back since the plan failed?
So no returns, no refunds, no.
I don't like Trump University. I mean, it was a really dumb idea. I mean, what else are you expecting to happen? Your ships were fired on, and the UAE was it.
So have they stopped doing it? Like they completely stopped this operation?
Well, maybe I don't know anything about this.
Because I don't have one or two ships that has escorted out through the Strait of Hormuz.
I don't know.
It was only those one or two, or they're still doing it.
I think I heard Korea, Iran hit a Korean ship trying to get through.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear anything else. That doesn't mean what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying I didn't hear.
I think that was 6
You guys heard about this? You guys heard about this new virus that's just been.
What?
Strike a master code. Yeah, it was on the first of it. It comes from rodents.
Oh, how does it spread?
Through rodents. They're sort bites.
How do you spell it?
Santa with a H. H-A-N-T-A.
H-A-N-T-A.
Something.
They're allowing them to come on because there isn't a risk to the general public.
Why?
It's what is what the world looks right. Strike master draw. It's transmitted through rodents, so contact with rodent feces or a rodent bite.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not that it jumps.
Who knows? I don't know. Okay, thanks.
But we're trying to figure it out. Mangoose is looking it up now.
Strike master draw.
Pretty aware. It's 3 deep. This dead.
Okay, it's primarily.
I'll make my connected blind.
But yeah, I'd rather take my chances in the blind, but there's other pandemic.
Okay, so almost never human to human. You get infected when you breathe in tiny particles contaminated with rodent urine, droppings, or rodent saliva. This often happens sweeping or vacuuming areas with rodent droppings, cleaning cabins, garages, sheds, or attics that have been closed up, disturbing nests or infested materials, touching contaminated surfaces, or rodent bites. So person to person spread. In the U.S., almost never. Very rare cases have occurred in parts of South Africa with specific strains, but not this. But this is not typical. So it's not airborne.
Size. Yeah. Thank God.
And then it's from a cruise ship?
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. That's the crazy thing. What? What they doing? Like, how the fuck are they on there?
Well, maybe are they cruisers or were they?
They were coming from Argentina. No, it was a cruise coming from Argentina.
It sounds like it.
You know, like, you can't stop rodents from getting into a shed.
It sounds like. I mean, do we know?
Probably bad sanitary conditions. You know, like.
Yeah. Like Morning said, air vents or something. I didn't think of that. Air vents. I was gonna say it had to be workers that were cleaning up or something. But you know.
Strike a master draw the flame.
Imagine.
4 people are infected. 1 had died. So they're at the
3 dead already.
So 3 dead already. This morning, 1 dead, 4 infected.
I think it's 3 dead. Yeah, 3 dead. BBC 1 hour.
Damn. BBC said this morning was driving the 1 dead, 4 infected. Because they're not letting them off of the ship in Cape Verde to like get help. Because they're saying it's a public health risk, but it really isn't. So it's like this issue.
Well, now my beauty friend gets my ass.
My name is Shane Rich. I'm the CEO of Street Cooler. Place a street cooler directly into your business. To go on the streets and on the ground, filming real reactions with real people to your product. And that's why we're doing 350 million views a month.
Ships. It's like a floating fucking
Just on
That's what I want. That's what I'm thinking. It just makes something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's one of my dreams is to go on a cruise in February here from Connecticut, and then.
Strike the master cold. Fight. Draw.
New Jersey, so driving distance. The port is a major port.
Yeah, but yeah, you're not like going this way.
No, that would suck. If I had to after, not before the cruise, but after the cruise, if you had to then fly home after you're worn out and tired and everything, and that would suck.
Did you have fun with Samoa?
Huh?
Did you have fun with Samoa?
Samoa? I mean, listen. I think you're gonna end up with a mutiny from people.
Now we know he is. You argue with him. I'm gonna be pissed. Yeah, I'm just gonna be pissed at you for it.
Earlier.
Mad at you when you argue with him because it's like
Sorry. Especially senior NTEU and eventual associates in the student 100% service case civil weather. Court case and NTEU working his leave and responsibility for its federal for the past 5 weeks whatever this NTEU. He was sponsoring oversight was desperate when they were racing from the until my first day of the game. I'm weird until it takes you so from myself sounds joke to you. The worthless organization and you save your money. Compared with one of the worst leaders and most toxic coworkers I've ever had the displeasure of working with. He informed me numerous times during facility work through how much he hates the union. A stupid union member. Yeah, IT leadership as well was extremely unfolding and performing to make it clear 6 of her and intimidated retaliate against me mentally without a boss coordination. Taking over the interactions the detective work was transferring back to Atlanta away from Edinburgh. I'm probably asking for NT to represent me as someone's name with just libeled. Please don't look like a character. I do see the hair with Adam Bailey to feel good about Johnson and representation of reading. Which was greatly appreciated as I was such level influence to point representation from a senior equity leadership experience.
I'm gonna start sending him. Remember those scholastic stickers that we would get in school?
Yeah.
Kind of backpedals whatever he says, and then he changes the whole fucking argument.
What he did.
We're just in other arguments. Like, who the hell was talking about that? We're talking about this. You're talking about.
Someone sent him a link to Hooked on Phonics.
No, it's literally he needs.
No, I think
the
what we need to do is to get here, record every time he speaks, and then play it back. Oh, this is what you said, Buffalo. Stick to the same fucking point.
Rewind.
Yeah, rewind and then replay. Now here, we need John Kitover actually. John Kitover would have a.
Okay, he would be content.
Oh my god.
What would be content for John?
He is entertaining, the John Kitover. He starts crashing out, you know.
John Kitover's entertaining that?
I used to check his YouTube page.
I think it still does, but you know, I don't know if look, we have Anonymous at the bottom.
He's live streaming the room right now.
Yeah. He found this new technique, what Anonymous mode, so nobody could kick it. It's a retarded old man, and he's a failed politician.
Go to mayorkitover.com, chicagomayorvote.com.
He was here earlier.
I took my headphones off, man. Because I got some, I got a family member over, right? So I have to give time over there. So that's why I just take the headphones off. Edward comes in, I'm like, okay, we can rock the show. Ace was here.
Yeah, but they let Samoa go on a premeditated monologue.
Sam, he gaslights the state, Sam. So we need gaslighting to get the room going.
You received my PDF.
That good?
You received my PDF. That's for another day. Like.
Well, she. Should we tell them? Should we tell them?
We can. I created a little dossier about our friend Black Rabbit. Fact checking many of his claims, and I created it, put it in a PDF.
But before you go into that, I wanted to say really quickly that your TM is correct that nihilism and existentialism are not the same thing. But the reason I like that you brought that up is because nihilism and existentialism are definitely fucking cousins. And what I mean when I say that they're cousins is what turns someone into a nihilist is when they're unwilling to embrace any mode of interpreting reality. So let's say I have a mode of interpreting reality. Let's say I believe that I'm doing really, really good at work. I believe that I'm a top employee and everyone loves me there. Then I go to work and my boss
blatantly telling us that. I don't know why I have to guess. You're a grown man. You can tell me with clear, perspicuous language. Did John write it wrong? He should have put verse 40 first. Verse 37 is the key because that results in them coming, and then he goes, and the individual is a part of this group. That's the verse 37 is the chiton or komenon. That is the one coming to me. That's an individual. That's part of the all. So he said there's no individual in verse 37. Yes, there is. It's the one who comes to me. That's ton or komenon prosome in the Greek. So he brings up the group in the same verse and the individuals who make up this group. There's a personal coming to Jesus. But the reason why they come is because they were given. I'm asking, what did they have to do in order to be given? If it's verse 40, that's the last part of verse 37 that says they come to him. They come. That's the result of what the Father and Son just accomplished, not the beginning. All the Father gives me will come to me. The one who comes to me, I will never certainly not cast out. Why will he not cast them out? For I have come down from heaven not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. What's the will of the Father for the Son? This is the will of him who sent me, that all he has given me. Notice the first verb of verse 37. This is the perfect tense here. They've been given. Jesus can't lose any. So he can't fail to do the will of the Father. But he raises it, the entire all, up on the last day. He's a neuter pronoun there. He knows the first on the last day. That's the entire group. Verse 40 is how these people act. Based upon what the Father and Son just accomplished. He said, here's the will of the Father for me. I can't fail. I'm going to do the will infallibly, perfectly. Here's what the result these people are going to be doing. For this is what my Father, that these are present participles. Pas ha theron, kai pastuon. These are the same language used in John 3:16. Every believing one. Everyone who beholds the Son and believes in him will have eternal life, and I myself will raise him, singular, up on the last day. The same him, or the one coming to him in verse 37. But that's the result of that being given. So you go to verse 40, he's jumping ahead. You can't read them in order. There's a flow to Jesus' own words here, and John didn't write them in a reverse order. Jesus wrote them in a particular order to teach us. You don't get to just go, I want this verse to go before this one, and I get to do jigsaw puzzle with John 6. I want to read one verse right after the other, following the group, and then the individuals of this group, because he keeps switching between them. He's going to do it all the way up through verse 45. So I asked you, is there something he tells us, if you do this, then the Father will give you? Or do you simply say, the Father gives the people to the Son, as a result they come to the Son? That's why I asked the question. Where did he say, first you do this, then the Father will do this? So the man becomes first and the Father becomes second. Why isn't it the Father first and man second? As a result, they come. Right? Jesus lays it out right there. Father first, then the result, man does this. We're waiting. And why can't you read the verses in order? Started falling at different times from different countries. But
generally what it's tied to is development. It's the development of industrialized economy.
Yeah, I was gonna say the 18 months.
And it's not, guys, stop doing that. Stop talking in the middle of our people talking Benjamin. Yeah, mute, Benjamin, what are you doing? So, anyways, so it started falling before any social media or any of that other stuff existed. So that's one thing. The other thing I think about is people are much wealthier now than when they had more kids. Okay. If you go back to, I don't know, 1820 or something like that, Americans had a TFR of like 8. Okay. And TFR is netting out things like kids that don't make it to adulthood, things like that.
Dr. Mountain. Did you ever read a book? Did you grab your medicine?
Oh yeah. I had to go to my cousin's party, so I didn't get to. I got the medicine, but I had to go. So.
Oh, how was the party?
It was good, man. It was good.
Cool.
I didn't drink any booze. I'm taking a little booze break for a while, so I haven't drank for like 3 months. I'm not like I'm not an alcoholic or anything. Like I don't drink all the time anyway, but I usually take a break every year. You know, like a 3 or 5 month break. You know. I don't skip on the weed. You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever read The Oracles of Zoroaster?
Never heard about it.
Oh, you should read that next time you get your medicine.
What's it about?
I think that kind of stuff pairs well with tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9. You know, it's like there's an experience because, like, basically, I think the Egyptians incorporated, cannabis into their religious and spiritual practices. So it's really just like trying to get you to have a new experience with your medicine. I call it the book club.
Yeah, cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out. I was driving across the city, and if they catch me on my cell phone, I get in trouble, so I better get off this fucking thing.
Why don't you just put your phone down on your in your console?
I guess I can do that. Run my AC here.
I was thinking about the advice I gave you about engaging with a Viking because what did you think about my statement that you have to come into compliance? You can't, continue with not falling for the vicious circle of communicating with him.
I don't, if I can help it. The other day, there was that Lisa 420 room, and it was a damn mega room, So I'm sitting there laying down some facts, and Brad Viking he hates me so much. He's supposedly on our side yet.
Yeah.
So he tried saying, because I was saying that North Korea could hit Japan with, nuclear weapons, ballistic missiles and shit. And he's like, no, they can't. Dude, yeah, they can shoot over Japan. They've done it before, like with different shit, like man. But he wants me to be so wrong. It's lame, bro. I don't understand it. He did not get off of me to where, if I'm in the room, he has to attack me. It's weird.
Yeah. I was shocked when he attacked me so hard when I was running for Congress. I was like, damn, I had no idea this guy hated me.
He hates anybody that I think he wants to be a Democrat myself, dude.
Well,
Really, I think he's just kind of lonely, dude. I mean, because he.
yeah.
That's what I really do because he really, the guys who simp especially hard for like women or like the black race. Like he simps so hard for the black race. Like he was saying the other day, like this is the guy you guys gotta watch. I was in chillism. This is the guy you guys need to watch. Like he is definitely part of KKK. Like he is the one who wants to put you guys in chains. I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about, dude? Like I've never heard a guy who wants to be liked so hard. It's weird.
It is very weird. I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, and the other day, the reason why he was bitching was responding to Patty. He said, you know, Patty's a beautiful woman, and I'm not gonna let you, you know, talk to her that. I wasn't even talking to her bad, otherwise I would have got removed. He's just a simp, bro. It's weird. I just said, you know, I mean, I said, bro, tell us you don't, or tell us you want to be liked so bad without telling us, man. Like, holy fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck about being liked that bad. I don't because, you know, well, he's kind of a Democrat.
Well, did
He
you?
doesn't like niggas. He
Has,
doesn't like the right. He's just weird, bro.
have you ever seen the photo of his daughter?
Yes, that's why he's mad at me because I didn't know if it was her exactly, but
Yeah. Who knows, right? Who knows if that's his daughter?
yeah, I don't really know if it is.
But
The reason why I think it is, the reason why I think it is because she's got that big fucking nose like Brad.
well, there's a lot of people on this app that use their daughter in their conversation here all the time, and he at least does not do that. So, you know, I guess that's better than some other people on this app who are scumbags and sit there and talk about their daughter's dating habits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk about, you know, my family at all here if I can help it. That's not what I like to do. I try to keep, you know, I try to keep myself as not a human on here. I'll act like a human, but I don't need to have my real name. I don't need to have my picture. Like we can have conversation. I don't need to bring my family into, you know, into this shit. It's, you know, there's a lot of degeneracy on this app anyway, and I've learned that if you be too transparent about your life, then they will use it against you. You know?
Well, see, I have the opposite belief where because I'm 100% transparent and live streaming my experience for the world to see, um it's kind of like come at me because anything you sling at me is just like defamation of yourself, you know? So I
Well, I have privacy. You know, I mean, I like to keep my life private and stuff. You know, because I do it to protect my family. You know
well, do you have like, you know, personal do you have any personal do you have are you deformed? Do you have a cleft palate?
Oh, you never see my picture?
No.
Okay, so people have seen my picture. No, I don't know.
I thought you had Down syndrome or something.
Oh, dude. No, dude, I don't know. Hold on here. I gotta call you back here. I'll be right back.
All right. Hello, Captain Picard. This is Q. What do you want to do today, Captain Picard? Q, I'm not in the mood. That was my
Very good.
thanks.
Bring it on.
Dead on bump. Rabboni Shalom. No. No. I'm streaming downstairs in the other part of my house. I'm streaming politically incorrect, I think. I just had a room with someone who likes to make death threats on this app, and I asked him if he has Down syndrome or cleft palate, and he thought that was funny.
Oy vey, where do you get the chutzpah to make jokes like this?
Rabbi, you were making some funny jokes earlier with Monica and the ladies in the room. You're pretty funny, bro. You are funny.
What made you laugh?
You were like, "What's up with these feminists like mansplaining to us or something like that?" Because, anyways, it was just a funny room. Stupid Monica's like,
Sitting there getting hugged for no reason.
yeah.
Forget what it was. It was on earlier.
So Zabu, if you were far out in outer space and your warp drive shut down and data was also malfunctioning, did the Enterprise have an AI system that you know about based on the television show? Trivia question number 1.
I'm not a trivia person, and I'm gonna go with yes. I could be wrong.
No, I think when they would say, when the Scottish guy would say, "Computer, beam up Captain Picard from the surface of the planet." No, computer!
Great.
So they say that online Star Trek conventions are actually just like organizations for sexual activities. And I gotta say that most people involved in religious organizations are also involved in sexual regulation societies or sexual organization societies. That's
Sexual regulation society.
like Islam. You know how you can sell your daughter when she's 6 or 5 or 2 to like the highest bidder in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Right.
Basically making children for financial gain. It's basically cloning, but in the village. It's village cloning. Yep. If you wanted to make a clone. No, I know you're Muslim. I'm just making it as an example. I'm not really trying to be facetious, but in a way, it just happened to come out that way.
What if some people portray themselves as worshiping one religion, and on the other hand, they're sacrificing their children to Moloch?
Paradoxes. Imagine being a Catholic abortionist doctor working at an OBGYN and you've performed 55,000 abortions and you're going to. What's the social gospel?
Oh my god. You know the Commonwealth Federation?
I know.
Yeah.
I know the terminology.
You don't know the name Walter Rosenbush?
No, but I like the name Rosenbush. It's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. Right. But you know Martin Luther King Jr., right?
Yeah, he was a Freemason.
But anyways, he was also a Baptist minister, and you know his speech, "I Have a Dream." Directly references prayers of social awakening, written by another Baptist minister referred to as Walter Rosenbush, who's known for his work in Hell's Kitchen to articulate kingdom of heaven on earth mission by addressing child labor, immigration, women's rights, things like that in like the early 1900s, I guess.
Are all those topics interconnected? Because when I hear child labor, I'm like, okay, we could stop right there. We don't need to get to immigration or women's rights. We could just totally go with child labor and say, okay, this is crazy. You can't have, a cobalt mine with 30,000 young African Americans digging out cobalt. And that goes on in Brazil too. Have you seen the mass pits that people still live in? I mean, that to me is like, remarkable because
1,000 times faster.
yeah, industrial. We're doing it. Yeah, we're doing industrial strip mining of the planet. Um, but that's not what concerns me. Is I actually think the technology is okay to do that, but I don't like the fact that they're yeah the human pits like they're
Was like a way to kind of apply, like take Christian principles and turn them into application. And how do we actually address these issues? Because child labor is like a big deal in the States, right? You had like kids who were like
yeah.
chimney cleaners and
Nice working 15 hours.
yeah, it was such a big deal in the States.
See, you know what's crazy though is when that father went out with that baby to do the chimney sweepings, he actually made enough to feed his family for that day and to provide housing for himself.
Like work, having employment and having wages is one thing, but using your kids to do it is a different.
Not necessarily. What I'm getting at is that the amount of debt that we have as a society and the Federal Reserve and the basically that how our Congress and our Treasury are technically separated, even though we think it's ongoing.
Being used as labor.
Well, look at it this way: if we were to put a referendum on the ballot and Americans had the choice to essentially shut down the Federal Reserve and go back to a gold standard and declare bankruptcy. What do you think the population would say? Yes or no?
Yeah, but we're jumping around too much. I was just trying to describe this like historical moment where this figure was. And what I'm trying to articulate is that the social gospel was a pan-Christian movement, so it didn't matter if you were Catholic or Protestant. What the focus was on the idea was accomplishing the kingdom of heaven on earth. So you had Catholics and Protestants working together on this like Christian social mission. So you had soup kitchens and public parks and promoting the use of bikes. All of this was like the Christian, what is referred to as the social gospel movement.
But how does technology play a role in that movement? Meaning, like, the progress of man and our living conditions and our standards are uh, integrated with technology. But what I'm trying to get at is the economics of the situation is actually not set up for the utopia. It's opposite. We are tech. Yeah.
Just describing it to you. Because you were talking about Catholics who were doing what?
Abortions.
That actually has a lot of like history. It's not weird if you look at the history of the social gospel to see the Catholics doing that.
See, Rosenbush is like a Kabbalistic reference to the tree of life and to the truth of roses because it said that God created Eden so that Adam and Eve could tend the rose bushes in the moonlight. And so there's just like, that type of yeah. You know what's crazy is there's these rose bushes all around the area and by my house, and this woman accused me of cutting down all the rose bushes, and she put no way, no way. No, I wouldn't do that. I know what I think it was. I think
Get little kids to cut them for you, and then you would sell them, and you would say that you're like feeding them.
And you also say that they took the loan so that you can't pay them.
Exactly. That's what you would do.
no, but I have employed young adults to be sales agents in certain situations, and it's amazing the motivation of a young salesperson if you have an in-demand product. But what I'm trying to say is that um, at the end of the day, um, the greatest device on the Enterprise was the replicator and the hologram.
Because see, if we all of this utopia philosophy and like enlightenment or mysticism or religions and what's the best model, ultimately the replicator solves every model's problem, which is, lack of abundance and the fact that you can, basically create anything that you possibly could want immediately, atomically. So that would be the greatest invention and essentially give us eternal life because then we could just create. No, it would give us utopia and eternal life. I'm not saying I would want it, but it could be an option where you could say, okay, you know what? I've lived for 800 years and it's been great, but I have finally decided to now end this existence. Farewell. You would have the choice. Because now we have these euthanasia centers where people are choosing death, like in Europe, where you can go in the helium pods. So I'm just saying that it would be a lot better if you could choose life instead of death. Hello? Because technology can get us there. We're talking about 3D printing and atomic printing in replicators on the Enterprise in Star Trek.
Someone that does 3D printing. No shit.
Yep. Ask your best friend to 3D print you a 3 foot African American dingus dildo.
I can do it TPU.
He said I can do it TPU.
Send it to Zabu FedEx.
No, I don't either. I've been baptized.
Kitty Zabu says that she runs a lot and she's got a great ass. Are you jogging enough, Kitty, to keep that ass competitive in the marketplace?
I'm not jogging, but I can start working out.
Yeah, I think jogging is important for a great tuchus, but squats. If you go to the gym, you see all these girls doing squats all the time, leg press, leg press.
Oh no, I squatted out, lady. I've been doing some squats. I learned that in jail.
important if you're running.
What's your max squat?
What's to you, Rabbi? Well, listen, I want to know why universe here just decides to randomly use Yiddish.
Hello?
What's fun to do it?
That's fun. And then he said, "Tuchus, tuchus." Like my dad used Yiddish my entire childhood.
Hello? Hi, I'm talking to you now on a phone that I bought that is a USB red phone. If you've never used one of these phones, it's pretty cool. And I'm wondering how the audio is right now. Hello? This is a. Have you seen these phones? Let me take a selfie with them. That it's cool. It's just like a photo op. Hello? Ooh, Sigourney Weaver. I think she was actually an alien. I don't think that woman's a real human. Her teeth like go forward like a beaver. Testing audio. Testing audio. How do I sound? How do I sound? Can you hear me? But what about the PTR? What do you think about the prop? Because it's a USB phone. Look at this. It's a USB phone. We're gonna brand these with Clubhouse, and we're gonna sell like 200 of them to the 3,000 people that use Clubhouse. Why is my skin so nice? Yeah, I go to Sephora like every week, and I spend a lot of money on makeup. I go to the Sephora attached to Kohl's. I put concealer on. Before I come on Clubhouse, I always put concealer and eyeliner on. In Star Trek, you could actually get it at the bar from Whoopi Goldberg. Hello? Aliens too. Okay, let's go to the let's go to the MAGA Monday room in the President Trump house.
So the thing is, when you call and nice, when you're nice to me, part of my brain is like, man, she's right about to get me because in the past, she's had me. But I just want to make sure moving forward, we're on a good footing, and I'm not going to keep.
You do not, Karen. You're talking too much. Anyway, so are you black? So can you give me a reason why you like Donald Trump? Give me a good reason. Give me a good reason.
Woman question, but she has to be insistent on this question. I voted for Trump for basically three reasons. One, I wanted the border to be under control. Okay, one. Two, I wanted the economy to improve, which is right now I understand is to be determined. And three, I appreciated his unorthodox approach. I thought the fact that he was going to run this country like a business and not like a politician so much, I thought that would accrue to the country's benefit. So I didn't vote for him based on my race. I voted for him based on what I think he could do well for the
Okay,
country.
so is that what's happening currently?
Yeah,
Do you think?
I think right now we're at a point where you can't really make a determination because it's in progress. So let me ask you a question. When you are making progress in your life, sometimes you got to take 10 steps back to take 15 steps forward. So at this point, it's incomplete. The grade I will give him is an incomplete. I think you can give him his first real grade at the midterms. And we haven't gotten there yet. November is a few months away. I think at this point, you just got to stick with wait and see. I don't know. There are a lot of things up in the air.
Hey, let me tell you why I voted for this nigga, man. Because I actually went out there and voted for the first time for this nigga. One, because
Beyonce.
need somebody that's standing up to the people that have been a problem and been hiding. Donald Trump knows who they are, and he's standing up for us. But people with crystallized intelligence can't see shit because they're lost sheep. But people with fluid intelligence.
You truly believe that?
Look, I'm noticing what it is, right? People in this clubhouse, their favorite thing to say is, "You're not educated." Well, and I used to say, "No, I have common sense." No, I have uncommon sense because we have fluid intelligence. right? You can't learn fluid intelligence. You do it because you're born with a special brain that can see special things, right? People that are educated, somebody told you that this is how you pronounce the word, you remembered it. Good job. You got specialized intelligence. You guys can't see beyond what is on a piece of paper. You know, you guys can't see beyond short shit. You got you guys can't abstract that. You guys can read, but you guys can't think. That's your problem. Now I notice what the difference is between people like me that I see what's going on in the structure because I have fluid intelligence. So when I see certain things, I can notice it if they are not. Crystallized, educated people, they can't connect dots and they cannot think for themselves.
What's your point, brother? I agree with that. I don't I think she does.
No, I don't really care like that. I'm just saying, like, can you stop? Like, I'm talking anyways. I really don't understand why for not a challenge. It doesn't make for me. No. We're making any sense. I'm not.
Go ahead. Explain what was it about what I said or he said?
He said I spoke in circles, bro. That's what
you did.
The problem is that you're introducing new concepts to her on top of answering her question.
Are you calling me dumb?
Because the regular, no,
Okay, excuse me.
Hold on, let me finish my statement, please.
No, because y'all just cut me off 30,000.
I want to get clear with you. What is it about that I said that you don't understand why I voted for Trump?
Nothing.
What did I say that confused you?
I wasn't listening.
All right, so let me repeat it. Because
No. I stopped. I don't not care. I don't care. I don't care.
Why would you ask me why I voted?
I was not even. I was talking to the other boy. First of all, you.
Me.
I was not talking to you.
You said you're black. Why did you vote for it?
Yes. Okay.
You asked me a question. I don't care. So make up.
Yes, I don't care about what you're saying anymore because
why you ask this question?
I was not talking to you. I was talking to
who are you talking to?
the other person.
What did you say? Because
why are you still talking to me? Okay, I don't care.
I got
I don't care. You keep talking. That's not even makeup. Are you? You don't even know what you're talking about. You literally voted for Donald Trump. I'm not listening to something. I'm sorry.
Lisa, so you can tell her what you heard on the.
Okay, I gotta meet the stage. Hold on. Let Kaz take her on here a little bit. Hold on. Kaz, go ahead and answer. Oh, real quick.
Right.
Mark, were you saying something real quick?
Yeah, if you can bring up Lisa, so you can hear what you heard on the so you can hear what you heard on the replays.
Yeah, I invited her up, so I wanted to get her a rundown what I like. But go ahead, Kaz. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? The whole point was